Salutations, Legion of Doom. Welcome to Podcast Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone.
And I am your host, last Timeline Wannabe, the brainstorm of pop culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am okay, mostly, I think.
So, yeah, for those who are surprised that we're doing this, obviously I have made multiple posts in the Discord, and I have mentioned it several times over the last few weeks. But yeah, this starting today, and from now onward until otherwise, Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the new day of Podcast The Storm. Simply because, as I've stated before, I have started a job that is first shift, and I need to get up rather early. And unfortunately, we could not. I felt like I didn't want to hold back on any tangents or rants or ramblings and get distracted as we often do, which are some of the best parts of our podcast. And so I figured it was best to start doing this on Saturday, just because, well, for one thing, I can get another day to get well rested, and get up on time, not worry about like being late or oversleeping or whatnot.
So Saturday until further notice.
Yeah. So, hold on, let me present. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay. So this is something we were meant to cover, I believe it was last week, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is from Screen Rant. It was just something I had seen, and because we do talk about The Crow a lot on this one, I just figured it was somewhat relevant. Yeah, again, this is originally from ScreenRant.com. The Crow's 2024's latest development makes me feel better about Bill Skarsgård's movie after so much backlash. This is written by Adrian Tyler, published. I'm not entirely sure when, actually.
It doesn't have the publication date
roughly
anywhere?
2 weeks ago. Well, okay, I'm using an archive version, and it says published 7 days ago, which would have been last week.
Yeah, so about 2 weeks.
Yeah, about 2 weeks ago. So, yeah. 2024's The Crow has received an official rating, and it makes me feel better about the movie after all the backlash it has been getting. One of the most anticipated movies coming in 2024 is The Crow, a reimagining of the 1994 cult classic of the same name, directed by Alex Proyas and starring Brandon Lee. I don't
think it's supposed to be a remake of that movie. I think it's supposed to be a readaptation of the source material that they were both working from, or at least in theory, it should be that.
Yeah, and again, thank you for getting me the Crow omnibus, Dalton. I've read
Just,
The Crow, and
just glad it was a good
sorry,
Christmas present, honestly.
was that the first Christmas present you ever got me?
No, the first Christmas present was the custom mask.
Right. Okay, and that was like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Wow.
Crow,
Okay.
Crow, the one, I think, necklace, or was it a ring that I got you? And then the
No,
Superman
it
and
was a necklace.
Velocity book was last year, I do believe.
Yeah, it was a necklace. But the 2024 The Crow, I would say, I don't know if it's anticipated. Like, I'm not trying to be a dick or anything about it, but
I don't think. See, the thing is, most people that I've seen are asking, why on earth would you do another one of these? And also, why does it
okay.
look so Hot Topic edgy?
And so coming as a guy who has read the Crow book and was a big fan of the movie, which was obviously my first introduction to it,
Mhm.
and huge respect to the people who worked on that movie. Obviously, Brandon Lee, rest in peace, the original one, and Alex Perez has also expressed his disliking of this reboot, which, granted, I think and we talked about this when we watched the first trailer.
It's not a great sign.
No, we talked about it because the issue really, and I think Bill Skarsgård could do well in this kind of movie. Yeah, he's not a bad actor, and there's a lot of really good talent in there. The issue is it feels like it's lacking that more darker tone, right?
Yeah, it feels very empty and incomplete, and almost like a 13-year-old's first attempt to be edgy, almost. If that makes sense.
Speaking as a 13-year-old who has done that. Well, not a 13-year-old anymore, but a 13-year-old back then who
Who
tried
went
to be.
through the edgy boy phase.
I won't lie. I went through kind of a nihilistic phase in my teenage years.
Well, in your defense, the universe did repeatedly endeavor to kick you with balls around that time. So,
Yeah, fair enough. But
you are forgiven for your edgy boy phase.
But I think the issue is like it's really trying to readapt the story of Eric Draven. Like I would assume from the movie, more or less.
Yeah, that
Like
really
the original.
that really does
Sorry.
kind of seem to be the issue of, instead of readapting the comic book source material that is actually the source of The Crow, they're trying to remake the Brandon Lee version without any of the 90s awesomeness that made the Brandon Lee version memorable or engaging.
Right. But also, yeah, it's weird. Like again, roughly last year or early this year, I read the full omnibus.
Mhm.
And the thing that kind of weirds me out is there was a lot of stuff in there that would be really interesting in terms of movie visuals and storytelling and character work.
Yes. And that's just the Eric Draven Crow, mostly, if I don't misremember the omnibus that I got you. There are also other crows throughout the history of the comic that they could have, because, and I've pitched this idea before. If it were up to me and I were readapting The Crow, I would make it an anthology similar to like Trick or Treat, where it's different generations of the Crow, like different avatars of the Crow, instead of
Yeah,
focusing on Eric.
yeah, and we. I mean, to be fair, that is. I mean, yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, but I mean, look, I'm not trying to be an asshole. Like, I don't think I don't hate the new movie given everything we've seen. I'm more, I guess,
Meh.
disappointed
hmm
because I know it could be more.
A lot of the problems, and I think we addressed this when we reacted to the trailer, are like a problem of modern day aesthetics is the best way I can think to put it. In that our generation doesn't really have aesthetics anymore, or doesn't really do aesthetic
Well,
considerations, and it's
my
bothersome.
my generation more so.
In fairness, the millennials were semi guilty of it too. Um, for example, most of the writers currently fucking over the state of Hollywood are probably millennial writers or very, very young Gen Xers. Um,
Mm.
so there's that.
So okay, moving on.
Mhm.
Okay, based on the 1989 limited comic book series of the same name by James O'Barr, 2024 as The Crow is directed by Rupert Sanders and stars Bill Skarsgård as Eric the Crow, though a different version from Lee's and the one in O'Barr's comic books. See, I think that's the issue because I think Bill Skarsgård could play a more comic accurate Eric Draven or Eric. I'm not sure if his last
Yes,
name was ever said in the actual comic because
I'm
that
pretty sure it
Eric,
is.
right?
Yeah.
Because that Eric in those comic books is, I would say, almost Pennywise ish in
A
certain
bit.
in certain aspects. It's because sorry, I don't but given that Bill
Go ahead.
Skarsgård, given that Bill Skarsgård has actually played Pennywise in two It movies, but he can also, and I've seen him other stuff too. He has like a wide range as like an actor and
He
can play
seems
all
to
the
have
different.
gotten the acting talent of the family. No offense to Alexander Skarsgård, but he got the looks and Bill got the talent so
No,
far.
Alex. Okay, I would disagree because Alex Skarsgård is a good actor. I just think you haven't seen him in any of the good stuff he's been in.
I mean, maybe it's because the most recent thing I saw him in was butchering the hell out of Randall Flagg in the unnecessary 2020 Stand remake that for some reason couldn't capitalize on the fact there was an actual pandemic going on at the time it was being filmed. But never mind.
Right.
But point being, I've never seen Alexander Skarsgård do anything that denotes that he has acting chops. He is very pretty, and many has been the time where I have looked up his Tarzan role for self-stimulation reasons. But
Dude,
that's that's
TMI,
not
man.
that's neither here nor there. It seems to me that the brothers Skarsgård are split in such a way that Alex got the looks and Billy got the talent so far. I could be
But
wrong, and I hope I
either
am wrong, but so far that seems to be the way it breaks down.
either way, yeah, it feels weird that they're effectively making a new character but giving him the name and sort of story. And also,
And
to me, is it weird that it feels like I know this has gotten an R rating. Spoiler alert, was the whole article that The Crow has an R rating, but I don't. Everything we had seen in the trailer, it feels
it feels very
less.
mild. There's not really a reason why. So far from what we've seen, there hasn't been any reason for it to have an R rating.
I
You could
like
make
okay.
it
So hold on,
you could
hold on.
make it a
Sorry, hey,
sorry,
Bone. I don't.
sorry,
Sorry.
sorry.
But what I was gonna say was the I feel like the R rating is there to allow the blood, but the thing is, I think most of it's going to be digitally, which I'm gotten sort of used to over the years.
hmm
It's not going to be any practical stuff because most people don't do practical these days.
hmm
Um, But the issue I'm having with, again, given what we were talking about with the trailer, is if the story, like the characters and the ideas and the themes, uh, not themes, but a lot of topics that are talked about and discussed, are very like watered down in this
Yeah.
version, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if nothing else, the R rating, more or less, I think is just them using an excuse for shock value, like of like the fighting, the blood, the violence.
Yeah,
That's it.
as I was saying earlier, there's not really, from what we saw in the trailer. Now, mind you, it might have been a heavily edited trailer, and that's whatever it may be. But from what we saw in the trailer, there's no real reason why it needs to be R-rated. It could just as easily, it seems, be PG-13, and nothing would be lost.
Yeah, but and the weird thing is, it also comes across as more like just a generic action movie, kind of, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the whole
There's
story about the
there's
crow,
no style or atmosphere, and that's bothersome.
that, but the whole story of the crow is tragedy and the cycle of grief.
Yeah.
Even with like the 1993 Crow, which, let's be honest, was more or less like Brandon Lee's attempt at like kind of carrying on his father's legacy of being like an action star and all that.
And he did a good job. If he
No,
hadn't have,
I'm not
you know,
I'm not dissing it or anything. I'm just pointing that out. It's very much like a Hong Kong action film, but it also did cover that emotional vulnerability that the
character supposed
tragedy,
to have.
yeah, the tragedy of it all. Because even if Eric gets revenge, he and his wife are still dead, and they don't. While they get to enjoy a happy afterlife, they never got to enjoy a happy life.
Mm-hmm. It's kind of similar to with Al Simmons. Yes, he gets to come back. Yes, he gets to see his wife again, but because of time shenanigans, because
5
Malbolger
years.
cheated, yeah, the gap happened, and now the woman he loves doesn't. She didn't wait for him like he thought she would have, and
5
now
years,
he has to live with
married to
that.
his best
Yeah.
married to his best friend, has a child, which is something he couldn't give her. I don't know if this was in the comics or it was just the anime thing, but it appears like Al Simmons was sterile.
I'm pretty sure that was. I'm pretty sure that was in the comic as well.
But yeah, it's just a weird. It's a weird thing to me because like
This goes back to what I mentioned earlier of if they were going to revamp and rewrite and retool The Crow anyway, if they were going to make it so that it really has very little relevance to the character of Eric Draven, why not just pick one of the other crows? Or hell, craft an original story in the same like lineage or world of the crow, because
yeah,
it
it's
is
weird.
a mantle that can move, you know, based on generations, and
Yeah.
tell a modern story with a modern character who happens to be the next or the most recent avatar of the crow.
I yeah, it's weird. Like people like when the other Crow movies, like the sequels, which good or bad, they at least told different interesting stories with different interpretations of the Crow.
Mm-hmm.
People didn't like that because it wasn't Eric, right? Or yeah, it's this weird attachment. I'm not saying I'm again, I feel like there should be some respect given to Brandon Lee because he really popularized popularized the IP of the Crow and the work he did and stuff. And obviously, it was a tragedy because his stardom was just taking off at the time.
Yeah, had he lived, he probably would have become, the next member of the Lee family to hit it big. Like I could see him having a similar role that like Keanu Reeves does, or that Jackie Chan kind of used to. I feel like there's a universe out there where instead of Keanu Reeves playing John Wick, it could have been Brandon Lee if he, obviously had lived long enough to get a little bit older and stuff.
I mean, I honestly could have seen him play Neo when The Matrix was coming out. Because, I mean,
Which I mean, on the one hand, that means in that hypothetical universe, we probably would have been denied a lot of Keanu's stardom. But
yeah, but
Keanu Reeves, by all accounts, is a really, really nice guy, IRL.
Yeah.
So maybe we lucked out there, and maybe Brandon would have been a bit of a prima donna because family, celebrity, legacy, blah blah. But
yeah. Anyway, okay, yeah, but I'm fine with people like hell. I've seen fan films that do pretty well of The Crow, but it's just this whole thing of like, again, going back to the 2024 Crow, and I mean the general impressions. Obviously, I feel like if we are doing it, probably will be certain we'll do that. It just seems lacking a certain flair, a certain style. Like even the comics had that dark and grungy kind of feeling to it, like oppressiveness and
yeah, they were very much of their time, and so was the movie in which they were adapted. And in a world where we hadn't apparently lost Hollywood's ability to portray atmospheres and styles, that could probably still be good. Like imagine giving it to like Guy Ritchie or Sam Raimi, or what, Del Toro probably could kick the entire concept out of the park. Because I mean, he always likes it when the tragic monster is the center figure, and the Crow is a perfect, the tragic monster being the center figure story. So like, there are directors who have a strong enough sense of style that even still today they can do that thing where you sort of get high off of the style of the movie. But Hollywood, by and large, abstains style and tries to keep things as unstylized and as grounded as possible. And it never works, especially not when they're adapting something that is heavily stylized or is high concept or is trippy and weird and creepy in that way.
Right. Moving on.
Yeah.
Sanders the Crow takes the premise of the 1994 version with some changes to modernize it and give it a different tone, though still keeping the essence of the story. The Crow follows musician Eric and his so they're still keeping him as a musician, and his fiancee Shelley Webster, who are brutally FKA twigs, who are brutally murdered at their home. Sometime later, Eric is resurrected to avenge his and Shelley's death, seizing the invulnerability granted to him in his resurrection. The Crow's first trailer received a lot of backlash, but its official rating makes me feel better about it despite all the criticism it gotten. Yeah, R-rated is a good sign for Bill Skarsgård movie.
Not in and of itself. If there was more potential in the actual movie itself, I would agree. And in theory, it does mean that they have more freedom than they otherwise would. But unless they edited a lot of R-rated material out of the trailer for some inexplicable reason, nothing in that trailer denotes the need for an R rating. And since it has no abiding need for an R rating, it seems like they might just be slapping extra layers of blood and darkness onto things for the edgy boy points mostly.
As a big fan of Bill Skarsgård and Poya's The Crow, the idea of a reimagining was exciting but also worrying, as Poya's version is too great to be replicated. And that guy kind of ruled the '90s in terms of movies, like Dark City. He did that.
This is also true. But here's the thing. You shouldn't be trying to remake the 90s version. You should be looking back at the original source material and adapting stuff, untapped potential from that, of which there is plenty to make movies and shows and different adaptations out the wazoo if you wanted to. This is the thing. It really feels like they're trying to remake the 90s version instead of adapting the source material, which is stupid.
Yeah,
Fundamentally, it's stupid.
like take inspiration from it, sure, but remake it.
Yeah, obviously
That
keep the stuff in that version that worked, but it's been Jesus Christ almost, 40, 30 years and so on. So
my it's been a
actually slightly more than 30 years. So like you
1993,
could
2003, 2013. About a little over 30 years.
yeah. So like it's been 30 years. By all means, give it a bigger, effect budget so that it can be trippy, or use modern filming techniques so that it can be more heavily stylized. But there's no need to remake the adaptation when there's plenty of workable material in the original that has untapped potential. It's like with the Hellboy movies when they announced David Harbour's version, and they kind of were trying to have it both ways, where they were kind of trying to piggyback off of the Del Toro version while also being different still. And it's like, why did you feel the need to like piggyback off of Del Toro instead of just making your own version of Hellboy that could have stood on its own 2 feet? And I'm getting the same vibe with this, where it's like, instead of trying to remake the 90s movie that everybody liked, but without all the shit that made them like it, go back to the source material and figure out, okay, what stories, what untapped potential is there in this material, and how can we do a new spin or a new take on it that will actually add something to the legacy of the Crow as a
Well,
character and an IP.
there. I mean, I think the thing from the movie that kind of went lackluster that I got from the comic was Shelley kind of seemed more like a character, like a person, than rather a plot device from the movie in the
Mm-hmm.
comics. So that could be something you could do.
Mm-hmm.
Um, anyway, moving on.
Yeah.
The first photos and trailer of The Crow were a disappointment for me, but the movie's official rating is restoring my hope in it. As its release date fast approaches, The Crow's rating has been revealed, with the MPA granting it an R rating, just like Proya's movie. An R rating is for content for which viewers under 17 require an accompanying parent or adult guardian, as there's adult material in it.
See, here's again the thing. The rating itself doesn't fill me with any like relief, because the rating only matters if you're going to make use of it. If you're actually going to, if there's actually something worth getting excited over to begin with. And so far, again, they'll probably release a second or third trailer eventually, but so far, what we've seen from the first trailer does not fill me with hope. So the fact that it has an R rating doesn't really fill me with hope either, because if they don't bother to, if nobody shows up to make the movie interesting or worthwhile, then you could make it an NC-17 rating and it still wouldn't matter. Although I might give you some props for going full NC-17 if you actually went that far with it. Especially after Showgirls bombed and basically nuked the entire NC-17 rating from orbit.
Okay. Moving on.
Yeah.
Okay. According to film ratings, the reason for the Crow's R rating this time is strong bloody violence, gore, substance abuse, and sexual nudity. Proteus the Crow got an R rating for strong violence and language, substance abuse, and some sexuality. Okay. So the 2024 reimagining is amping up on those things and more. That doesn't fill me with confidence because that just feels like you're going for more shock value than actual because everything in the original movie and even in the comic, when they did that stuff, it had a point. Like I feel
Like
like
it was adding something.
right. I feel like people often misjudge shock value for credible content.
Yeah, they're not the same thing. If you don't actually use any of the stuff you set up, then it doesn't fucking matter. If you don't actually make the proper use of the freedom of an R rating, then all of this is just semantic dicking around at the end of the day. If there's nothing worth actually watching in the new one, then people just probably aren't going to watch it. And again, we probably will get a second or third trailer at some point. But judging from the material we have, which is the behind the scenes photos and then the trailer, it
Oh no,
really feels
those were official photos.
yeah, it
That's
feels like yeah, but it feels like this is the very definition of a soulless, empty cash grab. It doesn't seem like there's any passion on display, and that's what's screwing me over here. Because like the thing is, we have, and I've sung this particular song before, but we have more resources, like film technology wise, than we ever have before in all of cinema history. But if you don't actually use it for anything, it's meaningless. That's why James Cameron's Avatar movies are the very definition of empty time wasting, because he might have all the fancy bells and whistles that it's possible for Hollywood to have, but if you don't actually use them for anything, it's empty. It's meaningless. And I feel the same way with this. You can have the, highest R rating you want, but if you don't actually bring the passion or style or intrigue or intelligence necessary to adapt the thing properly, then all you're doing is shock value, like Brainstormer was saying. It's meaningless.
moving on.
Yeah.
All right. Going to film ratings, oh, sorry, I read that. So, Proyas the Crow, Proyas is the Crow, and if I say names wrong, I'm sorry. I forgot to mention that earlier. Like to Alex, Proyas, not sure. Again, I'm terrible with names unless I've heard them spoken to me first.
I've never heard this guy's name, so I'm not even going to attempt to make a guess, honestly.
Well, it's Proyas. So that's what I'm saying.
Maybe?
Maybe again, I'm terrible with names, so please bear with me if I say the name wrong. I'm not great with names. So, Proyas the Crow is a pretty obscure. What the fuck? Pretty obscure film. Motherfucker, if it was that obscure of a film, do you really think so many people would be upset with how this movie is, how this reboot is being handled right now?
Yeah, it's it's a famous adaptation of a famous comic that a lot of people are fans of in both cases. It's the movie that killed Brandon motherfucking Lee, the son of Bruce Lee, for God's sake. Like, even if it were some obscure random movie, the fact that it was the movie that killed Brandon Lee in and of itself would be enough of a legacy for it to stick around in people's memories. But as it happened, it was actually a pretty interesting adaptation of a pretty interesting series of comics to begin with. So, like, it is both a cult classic in its own right, but it's also famous for being the movie that killed Brandon Lee. So, what the fuck are you on exactly? Moving on.
Right. All right. Pro vs. the Crow is a pretty obscure film, not just due to Shelley and Eric's death, but all all the horrible things that happened all over the city, mostly thanks to Top Dollar and his men. And that's a large part of what made the movie and Eric's journey so interesting, engaging, and great. Okay, so, well, to be fair, that is actually a point we both talked about, is like the villains, for one thing, we don't really see them in the trailer,
Mm-hmm.
but, or at the very least, any quote unquote bad guys we see don't really have personality.
No, very little in the new movie does seemingly have personality, and that is a
Yeah,
large
because
part of the problem.
so I do want to point this out. Just even with like the sequels that came out after the 1993 movie, the bad guys, the villains, each one of them, despite how crappy you can make the argument that the movies got over time, the villains, like the actors playing those villains, put a lot in there. Like
Yeah,
either campy or
even if you would argue, and the argument wouldn't be without merit, that the Crow sequels were bad and were, the classic direct
although
to video movies.
although from what I remember of hearing about the City of Angels sequel, the second one, right?
Mm.
A lot of it was fucked up by studio interference, and there was actually like a legitimately good movie there that
Got
is
cut to
stored
hell.
in a vault. Yeah.
Mm. Well, but point being, even the ones you could argue were bad were at least bad in a memorable and interesting way, usually. Whereas this one, like, before Brainstormer sent me this article, I had legitimately forgot this movie was coming out. In between the time that we reacted to the trailer and the time that he sent me this article, I had forgotten that it existed.
Hmm. So yeah, again, and like you said, yeah, the whole movie just lacks a whole personality, which is weird because you know, uh, Bill Skarsgård has a lot of personality. Like I've even seen like behind the like like interviews with him and stuff, and he's just got charisma out the wazoo.
Again, like I
But
say, it seems like Alex got the looks and Bill got the talent of the family.
it depends on who you ask, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
because you like them beefcakes, which makes sense. Yeah. Okay.
I do, yeah.
God, you are such a stereotypical twink, and I could say that. Okay, he's my best friend. Fuck off to anyone who wants to call me some homophobic jackass.
He can say that. I gave him my gay card as a shield a long ass time ago.
Yeah, he can call me a. Well, what are the usual names you call me? Because often you don't really bring up the Hispanic part. You usually call me mutt, because given that I'm legitimately a mutt.
Yeah, mixed 5 ways from Sunday. I honestly make more inner city jokes about you than I do ethnicity jokes.
Yeah, you really do.
Cause,
Yeah,
like
and
we have
funny enough,
literally had
I can make a
conversations,
lot of
okay, where he was legitimately afraid of getting shot a couple of times, and I was just like, okay, I'm obviously this is not the time to make this funny, but it's going to be funny when I bring it up next, and it usually is.
Right. Well, okay. Yeah, I just realized I don't really make a lot of hick jokes. I mean, I make them occasionally, but I mostly just make gay jokes.
I think because my personality is such that if you were to try and make hick jokes, they wouldn't really land very often.
Yeah, you're very posh and aristocratic for a hillbilly.
This is also very true. I am an odd duck in my surroundings usually. I am from a town. It is one of those very stereotypical like small towns in America where nothing of substance happens other than the characters from stories will sometimes come from them. That is that is basically a perfect description of my town. It is like two side roads and an intersection. That is my entire town mostly. We do actually have a diner up my street though, which if you ever do visit me, I'm going to have to take you to because I know how much you like diner food.
I really do.
We-
Uh,
mhm,
God, the problem is I haven't been to a diner in a while.
mhm.
Now I'm thinking about a diner. Oh no, I did I go to a diner once lately after I got my job, like got money and stuff. No, 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 I didn't go to a diner. But the diner I usually went to, which isn't far from my house, closed down a few years ago. And there is another one, but it's like near the highway, and I would
Oh,
legitimately have to take a car, and I don't have a license, so I
yeah,
couldn't walk there. Because the other one I could walk. It would take me maybe 30 minutes to get there by walking, but that's not too bad.
yeah. If you ever come to visit me though, there's a diner right up the road that one of my neighbors owns.
That's okay. Anyway, uh, among my biggest concerns about the reimagining of The Crow was that it would tone things down. It kind of seems like it is. Not gonna lie. Which often happens with reimaginings, remakes, and reboots. Yeah, no shit.
Which why would you remake the '90s movie when there's a source material ready and willing to be made
Dude,
into
okay,
things that?
full honesty, the thing I want to see most is the fucking Skull Cowboy. Because that character, while wasn't really touched upon in the comic, I will be fully honest, has a unique visual design. And hell, they even had scenes filmed for the 1993 movie, but they cut him just because they felt like he was used mostly as like an exposition. Um,
Yeah, the same thing happened to, was it Cagliostro in the Spawn movie? One of the older Spawns was basically
yeah,
used as a expositional tool and a mentor um
Simmons.
for for Simmons, and he basically served no other role in the movie, and basically his entire inclusion was just kind of random. But then again, he was
Well,
also kind of he was also kind of my favorite character in the movie, so like I'm not complaining. Seems like that might have also happened with the Skull Cowboy if they had left him in.
well, I mean, mainly it was because they were technically doing more visual storytelling and exposition of the Crow,
Hmm.
like his healing ability and stuff, and touching things, you could see things and stuff.
Yeah,
So I think that's why they cut him, just so like they weren't bogged down by exposition,
probably.
which
But
I
then again,
I
like,
can understand.
yeah,
At the very
hmm
least, they don't cut out a whole character that legitimately, like, it's a character that could. They haven't done what other movies have, which is cut out a character entirely that legitimately needs to be in the movie to make the movie fucking work.
hmm
But yeah, again, I would love to see the Skull Cowboy, if nothing else, to be more developed. He might be more developed in the comics. I'm not sure. I might have to do some more research on that. But like, legitimately, I would love to see an actual fucking adaptation of the Skull Cowboy, just because like it seems like either he might be the first Crow or one of the more prominent Crows that had happened in the past. Like, he has a
yeah.
fucking story. He's the Skull Cowboy.
If if I'm remembering correctly, he is touched on in one of the non-Eric Crow stories, and he's from, I think, the 1800s because he's, a cowboy.
Cowboy. Yeah. Well, there's actually a line from one of the deleted scenes I remember watching of the Skull Cowboy in where he confronts Eric before Eric goes to save what's the kid's name? I forget.
I don't remember either. Fuck me.
But
Uh,
it does seem interesting that the Skull Cowboy is warning him of saving the living because it's not their business because they're dead, and mentions that he tried to do that and left him damned.
they're essentially supposed to be avatars of death. They're not supposed to intercede to preserve life. They're
Yeah.
supposed to balance the scale by bringing death to people who deserve to die, not by bringing life to those who deserve to continue
It
to
also
live.
seems a shame because the actor who played it also seems a shame because the actor who played the Skull Cowboy, he's like a prolific horror actor. He's in like the Hills Have Eyes movie.
Mm.
You'd know him if you saw him.
Yeah.
Hold on.
You know
I'm
what's
gonna look him
funny?
up 'cause-
I just remembered another parallel to the Skull Cowboy. Carter Slade from the Ghost Rider movie. This kept happening. Apparently, this was a legitimate a writing motif that was a thing back then. Because it happened with Cagliostro, it happened, or it would have happened with the Skull Cowboy, and then it happened with Carter Slade in the Ghost Rider movie.
Michael Berryman
Mm.
played the Skull Cowboy in those deleted scenes.
Mhm.
Hold on.
And by the way, this is just a nitpick that I have for most of Hollywood in this day and age. Stop leaving such interesting shit on the deleted scene floor. God damn it! Like they I've noticed this with a lot of movies. They always leave out the most interesting scenes. It's so infuriating. Like it's not
Again,
like making the movie 5 minutes longer would actually make that much of a difference, guys. Leave it in.
yeah. All right. Anyway, honestly, I mean he's 75, but given what I remember of the Skull Cowboy in the Eric Draven story, he more or less just talks to Draven.
Mm.
But if you were to do a more faithful adaptation, I would bring him back just so he could actually play it on screen and not be deleted.
It'd be
Like maybe,
a nice like fan service nod if nothing else.
yeah.
Then
Anyway,
again, in modern day Hollywood, fan service is the devil, so never mind.
okay. Anyway, 2024 is The Crow getting an R-rated proves there's no toning down, and quite the contrary, might be pushing some boundaries, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's to be seen if it all makes sense within the story and it's not just violence and gore for the sake of it. Okay, I was afraid this writer
Yeah.
was going to be like,
Dumb about it.
well, there's another way, but it feels a bit crass.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
But
I was going to say, sucking the dick of this movie.
yeah, see the problem is you're right. It would work if they managed to push boundaries and not just include violence for the sake of it. But so far, what we've seen in the first trailer implies that they might just slap a bunch of gore on it just for the sake of it. Because they're not. The first trailer didn't really give us anything to go off of, and neither did the official image releases. So unfortunately, it does seem like. Sadly, it seems like there is no soul to this movie. It seems like it's just empty. Um, I hope I'm wrong. I hope the second and third trailer come out and knock my fucking socks off. But I have yet to be convinced of any such thing. And especially given that they seem to be wanting to remake the 90s movie more than they want to be adapting the source material, I call bullshit. Moving on. Unless you have anything to add.
No, I think I'm good. Will the Crow be able to overcome its backlash? I'm gonna be fully honest. I don't think so, because it kind
I
of
wouldn't
shot itself.
I wouldn't put money on it, no.
Uh,
I'd love to be wrong.
yeah,
Let no one ever say that we wouldn't want to be wrong about this. But
yeah, I want to be wrong so bad.
because I actually enjoy when something looks like it's not going to be good, and then it comes out and it turns out to be actually kind of good. Like
Okay,
I
here's
had
the
that.
weirdest.
Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, no. I was gonna say because so remember the poster of the Crow that had like the very weepy. Oh, hold on, I'll pull it. I'll try and find it, but I'll bring it up later. Please finish your point because it's not consequential to this right now.
Okay, but like I remember being very very down on Pierce Brosnan as Dr. Fate in Black Adam, and he ended up being the best part of the fucking movie. And I remember being fucking horrified about Multiverse Madness because we had heard the behind the scenes stuff and we couldn't figure out how for the life of us it could make it work. But they did, even if the end result was still flawed because Rick and Morty Loki motherfucker, whose name I can't remember.
Was writing it. I also worked on Loki.
Yeah. Fucking it's gonna bug me if I can't remember this dude's name. Fucking But the inexperienced writer, who used to be a writer for Rick and Morty, and also a writer for Loki, who wrote Multiverse of Madness, is the source of most of that movie's issues. But even with all of those issues, I for one found it to be still good and in fact much better than the first movie. And spoilers for later on in the show tonight, we also looked into some of the behind the scenes stuff for Agatha, the Agatha show that kept rewriting its title for, 5 or 6 different times, and finally landed on the one that would make the most sense, which is Agatha All Along. But from the trailer, which I have seen already, but from the trailer of that, I am cautiously optimistic of that being actually decent. And I like when things look like they might be bad and they end up going the other way anyway. That actually fills me with hope when I'm all set for something to be shit and then it turns out to be not shit. Because far too often it's gone the other way where I've gotten my hopes up for something and the end result pissed on my intelligence. So I would much rather be wrong about bad things and right about good things than the other way around. So when I am proven wrong, like in the case of Black Adam, or like in the case of Multiverse of Madness, or like in the, I hope, case of Agatha All Along, I can then look at it and go, you know what? The thing proved me wrong. It met me in the middle somewhere, and I'm willing to love it even despite its flaws. Same thing kind of happened with Hazbin Hotel, because I was hearing a lot of negative shit about Hazbin Hotel, and then my friend told me about Alistair and told me how much I would probably like it, and I watched it, and now that show lives rent-free in my head. I like to be wrong about being a nihilistic piece of shit on things. I don't like to be wrong when I actually put my hopes and my joys and my effort into things and then they piss on my intelligence and tell me to go fuck off, which so much of modern Hollywood does. Moving on.
All right. As mentioned above, Sanders the Crow has already faced a lot of backlash for different reasons. When the project was announced, many fans were understandably against it as they felt it was insensitive and disrespectful to Brandon Lee's performance and legacy. I wasn't, just simply because it's been long enough. I think they
Yeah,
can do.
that wasn't the even among the people, because I do keep an eye on like the online goings on. Most of the people that I saw complaining about it weren't complaining because how dare you remake the movie that killed Brandon Lee. They were complaining because it looked like shit. They weren't mad because it was disrespectful to Brandon Lee or even because it was a remake. They were mad because it looked like shit. That's most of the people that I saw complaining about it, up to and including us when we watched the trailer. But yeah, people weren't actually mad because it was somehow disrespectful to Brandon Lee. They were mad because it looked like bland nothing and kind of shitty. To the best of my knowledge, anyway. There may have been some people complaining about Brandon Lee's memory and stuff, but I honestly don't think that anyone who was a really big fan of Brandon Lee wouldn't want the IP to continue. Because generally, again, from anecdotal perspective here, when I see like remakes of stuff that had a long-term fan base before that's actually good, most people are just happy to see that the IP continues. They're not upset that it like violates some sacred rule of legacy or some shit. They are upset when you remake something and it looks like disrespectful horse shit, which this one kind of does. But it's more about they're remaking it and it's shit than just they're remaking it or, oh, how dare you, Brandon Lee's memory, derp. At least in my experience. Moving on.
Okay. The backlash was reignited with the release of the first images and trailer for The Crow, showing how different Skarsgård's Eric is from Lee's, as well as how the reimagining shows to be favoring graphic action scenes over everything else. Okay, so let's break that whole thing down, because I believe I wasn't like super upset with the first images that were shown. Like, it didn't look too bad. Like, it had a grunginess to it. That was fine. I think the tattoos were a bit much, like on his body. And but when the first trailer came out, again, the issue was like more or less, I guess, yeah, the it just didn't feel it really had no, it was fairly generic, right?
It didn't
Like,
have a soul. And this is the thing. And I realize I've also sung this song plenty of times before. It's not that something is different, it's that it's both different and worse. Nobody has a problem when something is different and better, or different and equivalent. People generally have a problem when something is both different and worse. It's not just because, how dare you, it's different, blah blah. It's because it's both different and worse, or different and not equivalent to the original. Generally, when you do something that's both different and better, people are more than willing to praise the new version. Like for example, I took a very, very, very long time to get into the Hannibal TV show with Mads Mikkelsen because I was a massive fan of the version of Hannibal Lecter portrayed by Anthony Hopkins. But when I finally did shut the fuck up and watch the thing, I realized that Hannibal, the show, was amazing in its own right. And now I do not care that it is different. And in many ways, I think the differences that it has, the quote-unquote diversified casting notwithstanding, but a lot of the stylistic differences that Hannibal the show has from Hannibal the set of movies is better as an adaptation of Hannibal, or to make the character more interesting than even the Anthony Hopkins era was, because Hannibal the show, for those that don't know, focused a lot on Hannibal's refinement and his skill as a chef, not just on his cannibalism or the fact that he was a serial killer, which was a very interesting thing to focus on. Something that I honestly wish they would focus on more, because people forget that Hannibal Lecter is a extremely posh intellectual long before he is a cannibal or a serial killer, and it's more central to his character. But that's neither here nor there. Point being, when something is different and better, or something is different and equivalent to the thing that it's different from, most people don't care. The only time people bitch about something being different is when those differences make it worse somehow, like substantively worse. And this appears to be, and again, may we both live long enough to be wrong, but when it's different and it looks worse, that's when people complain. And usually only then. Because you really don't notice the differences, or you might even appreciate the differences, unless those differences make something worse. And this appears to. Moving on.
Right. All right. The Crow is not just appealing to fans of the 1994 movie, but it's also being hard to sell to those who don't even care about the original movie. Although Bill Skarsgård is great and has made a name for himself in the horror genre, he might not be enough of a draw for The Crow, even if his performance is the best part of the movie. The Crow's R-rated.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was another sentence, so go ahead.
Okay. I don't think you can put this on Bill Skarsgård. I think if he were in a good movie, he would be enough of a draw, because people do like Bill Skarsgård's performance. But again, it's not that it's different. It's not that it's changing things. It's those changes appear to make the story and the movie worse. And this is furthermore the thing. Why would you try to court an audience that's not interested in the movie, rather than just make the best possible version of the movie? This is Hollywood's like PR 101 bullshit at this point. For some reason, rather than making the best possible version of an IP, trusting that if the movie or if the adaptation is good enough, it will get the core audience in there, and it will get the casuals in there, because the hardcores will recommend it to the casuals. Rather than doing that, they actively go out of their way to change the IP so that it appeals to people who previously didn't like the IP, which inevitably end up making the thing less satisfying to its core audience, and the casuals don't show up either. Because the thing is, and this is something that I've noticed, again, kind of anecdotal here, as a general rule, if you want something to be successful, you have to cater primarily to its core audience. Because the core audience is the audience that saw the quality of the thing you're adapting. Your secondary goal is to make a movie so good that the hardcore audience recommends it to the casual audience, and or drags the casual audience along with them. In other words, there's a book series or a self-help series called So Be So Good They Can't Ignore You, that should be what Hollywood does. But instead of being so good they can't ignore you, you tell the core audience to get fucked and try everything in your power to appeal to an audience that doesn't originally like your thing, which very seldom works, if ever. And moreover, you can't meaningfully trade a core audience member for a casual audience member because casual audiences are not loyal. Casual audiences are not attached to things. Core audience members are attached to things and will probably spend money on their favorite IPs, even if the quality isn't all that great. But if you try to swap out your core audience for a bunch of casuals who aren't interested in your IP, then both will probably tell you to get fucked because the core audience will be mad that they've been alienated, and the casual audience probably is too indifferent to the IP in the first place to give a fuck. This is a lesson for all of Hollywood at this point. Stop deliberately alienating your core audience in the hopes that you can convert enough casuals to replace them with. It never works, and it will always blow up in your face. Moving on.
Right. Okay. The Crow is not just not appealing to. I already read that. Sorry.
Yes, that was what I was just responding to.
The Crow's R rating should come as a relief to viewers who still have some faith in it, but it might not be enough to overcome all the backlash it's already carrying.
Yeah, probably not. That's the thing. I think the person who wrote this article really wants the R rating to be enough, but unless we're wrong about what the movie is based on what we saw in the first trailer and the behind the the official released images, unless we're wrong about one or both of those things, it really seems like this movie is kind of an empty, soulless cash grab that's going to die basically on its ass.
Right. I pulled up an image. I pulled up the poster image.
Mhm.
And hold on, I'm trying to bring up the other image, like from the actual trailer. Okay, give me 1 second. Actually, let me. Okay, hold on. I want to get the first image of like what it looks like in the movie, like the Crow design, at the very least.
I don't know why I'm yelling.
And then we can. Hold on. Okay. You know, weirdly enough, I almost want to pitch a quick idea that had come off my head of like how you could do this.
Go ahead.
Again, just this is like coming at like right now, like off the top of my head here, so it's not perfect. I'll be fully honest. But
You'll
given
probably
everything
get a
we've seen,
chance to see us workshop something in real time. It's probably what's going to happen.
Okay. So given for one thing, don't make this Eric a musician. Okay. Crow already did that by making him a rocker boy in the 90s, which worked, obviously. Because, grunge, rock, all that kind of
It
stuff
was the
was popular.
90s. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and the original one had him as, I believe it was a poet of some kind, because he would always speak in, like, limerick, or not limerick, but some form of poetry in
Verse.
his speech. Verse, thank you. I remember the trailer correctly because it's been I haven't watched it until I haven't watched it since we reacted to it. But there were scenes of like in a theater and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Why not have him be a well? Okay, I have two minds of like the occupation here. It obviously leans into the more dramatic side and stuff of the Crow, which would make
Mhm.
sense. But either a playwright or an actor.
Actor would be interesting. I mean, that would certainly give a potential to be meta, but in a good way.
Yeah, and it would certainly explain the more theatrical feel, the design, hell, even the design, like the costume and everything.
Mm.
And funny enough, I'm remembering it actually it does kind of spur a conversation you and I had on Thursday.
About the Spectre?
Yeah. Okay. If anyone
Mhm.
doesn't remember, DC Animation did like shorts of DC characters, like in the early 2010s. I mean, they're still doing them, but they're rare these days. It's kind of a shame, but that's neither here
Mhm.
nor there. There is one of the Spectre that kind of plays as like a 1970s noir uh, noir kind of story.
Mhm.
Fantastic, by the way. I would totally recommend anyone check that out. You
Yeah,
can look it up on.
DC animation is usually as awesome as DC live action fails to be, typically.
Yeah. Ah, fuck. I like. Okay. Okay. If we're to go that, then kind of, I guess, funnily enough, tell a story about Hollywood corruption and the evils that go behind the scenes and shit.
It wouldn't be that hard to do.
Yeah.
Hell, the feminists might even give you hashtag Me Too points if you made that a motif of the movie. Granted,
So
you shouldn't actually address the political movement of Me Too, but I'm saying
no.
that feminists would
But
interpret it that way.
like, okay, funny. So like inspirations, I think we could pull from are like if we're making this hypothetical where like Eric Draven is a struggling actor in California, which would be interesting, which also would be a nice callback because City of Angels, the sequel to the original Crow, was set in Los Angeles, like a post-apocalyptic kind of uh, Los Angeles kind of deal.
Sweet.
Yeah. Um, he yeah, he's struggling. His girl, maybe some inspiration from the Fall Guy movie because I recently watched that and I think it's a really good movie, by the way. It's like just a love letter to stuntmen and stuff. So
Mm.
yeah, but also quiet on set, or like all those stories you ever hear about, like the behind the scenes, like corruption and terrible things like happen behind the scenes of like TV
Right.
shows, movies, and stuff.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
hell, the famous Wizard of Oz conspiracies and stuff.
I don't think I've ever heard of those, but
Wizard of Oz had a very, very troubled production
production.
history, my dude.
Okay, so Yeah, so Eric would be a struggling actor. I want to say Shelley, because obviously we got to keep Shelley.
Mm.
Uh, I almost want to say that she's the playwright then, if we're not making Eric a playwright.
And then he's the actor. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Um,
hell, if they're struggling, you know, if they're struggling in Hollywood, there's your excuse for them to get addicted to drugs and therefore get on the wrong side of the cartel and therefore need to be shot.
oh no, I was gonna make the villains Hollywood producers.
Hmm.
Like obviously stereotypes of Hollywood producers and stuff, or like people who work in that kind of system and kind of keep it the way it is in order to maintain order and the money flow and all that.
Weinstein.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, Hollywood, like you have it set in Hollywood, you get a like again bringing up the whole issue of uh the villains in the new remake don't really seem to have personalities,
No,
but you
they're
have but you
they're
have
just going through the motions, basically.
but with this idea, the villains, the side characters, everything, they all have personality because I mean, you got to have you can have all that stuff when you're working in Hollywood.
Yeah, because well, that's literally the thing on which people are bought and sold in Hollywood is do you leave an
Yeah,
impression or don't you? Almost like
that
that
actually could
should
be funny
be
because
a
hold
cautionary
on,
tale.
okay, I got it, I got it. That actually be the point is that when Eric was alive and trying to be an actor, he didn't leave an impression, but when he became the Crow, he stood
Yes.
out.
Now, like the tagline should almost be now they'll remember me.
Yeah.
Or hell, you could even go a little bit more kind of esoteric there and have the tagline be "Memento Mori," remember death, or remember that you will die.
Or some type of something related to that, but also relating to acting as well. Like, there has to be some Latin phrase that was spoken about the theater arts back then.
Hang on. I mean, there's a lot of stuff about like Greek tragedies and how tragedy is like there was a term in ancient Greece for the poetic madness that would sometimes be brought on by tragedy. It was tied to the god Dionysus.
Actually, funny
I
enough,
could
the
I could see
makeup,
something I could see something about that, but I
right?
can't think of any particular phrasings of it.
Funny enough, the makeup then could more resemble like the tragedy mask, and
Yeah.
the comedy and tragedy mask of
Mhm.
theater. But I guess
And
the
then
reason
you'd essentially have Eric almost being like a Pagliacci type figure, the sad clown.
that, and also I mean, you can also do a lot of research into study of like theatrical arts and like how he could do movement and stuff. Um, like how he could portray himself in the acting. Like,
Commedia dell'arte?
thank you.
And hell, while we're talking about how this could influence the style, have it be an almost like operatic like vibe to the movie, like overblown and over exaggerated stuff, and have like
Yeah,
the blood spat
I almost
have like the blood spatter be like old school Hammer horror blood spatter. That would be cool.
yeah, I almost want to say another. I almost and soundtrack wise, I mean, I don't want to do like I don't want to do maybe like one or two songs, like the beginning and the end, that are
Mhm.
like actual like songs,
Yeah.
obviously relevant to the movie or the scene that's playing or in credits, whatever. But soundtrack wise, I almost, like you said, operatic, but like symphonic
Yeah.
operatic.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like synthwave mixed with operatic, obviously give that more modern tone, but also that grandiose, like
So
old
so
school
kind
vibe.
so kind of like if someone took the soundtrack to an opera and tried to play it on like a theremin almost.
And remixed through a synthwave. Yeah,
Hmm. Yeah.
if that makes, yeah.
Yeah, it makes
And
sense.
I'm almost picturing an opening scene of, well, for one thing, just to set up our Eric and Shelley's relationship.
I just realized
It's
the woman named Shelley in our rendition of this is the poet because,
holy shit. Yeah.
well, yeah.
That's cool. Um, but Eric Eric is like filming a home movie. It's just like
Mhm.
they're both goofing off and stuff, and you kind of see like their wide-eyed optimism of showbiz.
Yeah, yeah. And again, like we were saying with Eric not really having a personality, that's ironic because the name Draven actually, and I looked this up recently because I was looking up a name for a RPG character I'm doing, but
Uh-huh.
Draven actually means child of the shadows, so that's like the perfect name for a wallflower type character.
I like the I like the idea that, well, obviously, like I mentioned earlier, is he doesn't make much of an impression when he's alive as an actor because, for multiple reasons, I'm sure you can picture. But
Yeah,
I like the idea, like even shown in the opening scene that I had pitched, that he's more lively, he's more animatic, he has more charisma and personality when he's with Shelley.
yeah. When the cameras aren't rolling, so to speak,
Or very much so like when there isn't pressure for, because like I said, it's like he's filming a like home movie together.
almost like
Uh,
a Stanley Ipkiss the Mask kind of thing
yeah,
ish.
I'm almost picturing like the main bad guy, the top dollar.
Hmm.
I don't know what you call him, but I'm picturing a Les Grossman from Tropic Thunder, but more dark and sinister.
Yeah, yeah. I can. Yeah. Um, it'd be funny if, like, instead of his name being Top Dollar, because he's not a mobster here.
Yeah,
What if the name of the studio he runs is Top Dollar Studios?
or well, yeah, either top dollar or take something from the actual. Oh my god! Okay, hold on. Okay,
Okay.
I think I might have a way to incorporate Skull Cowboy, but not in the way I think either of us would really want. But it kind of fits within this.
Okay.
Okay, what if? Okay, he is Eric Draven's still a struggling actor. Sorry,
Yeah.
but he made like a short film that at least got like college or something, whatever, like like acting school or
Like the
whatever.
the art house type short film
Yeah,
called The
that
Skull
is,
Cowboy.
yes, thank you. That Shelley wrote and stuff, and it was rather good, but and like the costume of the Skull Cowboy he would wear as his crow costume, like the jacket and stuff.
That actually reminds me of a cheesy art house mumblecore movie called Tiny Furniture. There was a subplot in that where one of the minor characters this girl was dating was a YouTuber who went by the moniker the Nietzschean Cowboy. I don't know why my brain just remembered that, but But that's what it made me think of.
But yeah, it would be really interesting just because, like, visually, you could take so many different inspirations. Like, hell, even some of the murders could take place on actual sets of movies, like for certain characters. Like, also, there is okay, this is a weird thing because I figure we got to come up with a reason why they're killed, right?
Well, yeah, but like back on the murders for a second here.
Yeah,
I like the idea of the reason they're so like bombastic and over the top, like we were just talking about with like the Hammer horror vibes, is because he essentially stages them as part of the ironic punishment. So like the murderers themselves are meant to like capture like classic Hollywood motifs. Like again, hell, there's a story about um about the Wizard of Oz that said one of the little people they hired to play the Munchkins hung himself in the background of one of the scenes. So you could almost do that as an ironic punishment.
right. Um, yeah, just it would be a very visually striking movie because you could literally go through different genres, given that people would be in different sets and stuff.
Yeah, like remember in the first Nightmare on Elm Street, the bed scene with like the geyser of blood,
Yeah.
something like that, but
Oh, I'm picturing
done.
like one of them is like an actor who was involved in the murder somehow,
Hmm.
and he's playing a cowboy like on a set,
Hmm.
doing a duel at high noon, as the script says.
Yeah, like you do.
Eric comes in as the guy who's supposed to be shot and killed.
But he's not shooting blanks. But dumb Tish.
Yeah,
Ha.
but I like the idea that just as a fun little twist, because again, this Eric Draven would feel like more of a trickster in some way, or like some type of
Again, think of Eric while he was still alive as Stanley Ipkiss, and
Mhm.
Eric once he becomes the Crow is more like the Mask.
Yeah, that he. Well, for one thing, I kind of assume that he would also be trained. I mean, you have to assume he'll have stuntman training as well.
Yeah, or or special effects training, or like a lot of
I feel like,
a lot of actors have a lot of different trainings in a lot of different areas. Actually,
yeah, yeah. I just like the idea that he mimes the fall of the guy he shoots
ha.
because he would
Th-
know how to fall. Because as a stuntman, he would know how to
yeah,
pull a fall like that too.
this version of the movie would like it's shaping up to have an almost like a really dark like black
Comedy.
comedy sense of humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although there is one, I don't know if this would work because ironically, it would make sense if it was a cameraman who was also involved in their deaths. But I don't
Mhm.
know if you know about this like short film that came out like a decade or so ago on YouTube. It was like a found footage of like these British kids getting trapped in like a looping road and they're brutally killed on camera. Uh,
I vaguely remember that.
Either way, the final scene is shown of this one kid whose camera is taken from him, and it gets repeatedly smashed into his face. And we're seen from the perspective of the camera as it's getting shattered and broken and bloodied and stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm just picturing that with like a movie style, like big camera on the camera guy's head. And like we're just
Mm.
seeing that from that perspective. Because this would be rated R, obviously.
Yeah.
And that would feel poetic. The guy behind the camera now gets to be in front of it.
Mm.
Just question the movie producer, who again would be like the main villain, right?
Yeah.
How do you think he would
Again,
die?
cough, cough, Weinstein, cough. Hmm. Okay, so this is just a random idea off the top of my head. But there's a
'Cause I
story.
feel-
Sorry, go
Sorry.
ahead.
No. Please finish your thing, because I feel like his death has to really coincide with the reason why Eric and Shelley were killed in this iteration.
Right, like off the top of my head, there's a historical incident that may or may not have happened, where one emperor was captured by the Emperor of Persia, and he had disrespected the emperor who captured him. So he was the slave of the emperor for several years, and eventually he begged him to, release him, to not make him a slave anymore. So the emperor who had won, the emperor who took the other one as a slave, and ended up ordering that gold be melted down, and that he, quote unquote, would have to drink it, and that's how he was executed.
Yeah, see, funny enough, I was actually also considering something, though it would involve more magical stuff that really wouldn't work with the crow. Considering, again, the Spectre short at the end,
Yeah.
where the Spectre summons a tornado of money to cut up and kill the last person who was involved in murder of someone.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that, but I don't think it would work for the crow.
There is some variability in the crow's powers, so you might be able to get away with it if it was framed appropriately.
It's either that, or the guy dies on top of.
Maybe if he used like a really, one of those like wind tunnel production fans for like movies about tornadoes and stuff.
Or just like create really big gust of wind and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, let's start.
It's weird, but another connection just popped into my head. This version of The Crow is basically, what if the mask from The Mask was also Mysterio, almost, because he has enough special effects understanding to, mix with his powers to stage these deaths.
Right.
There was also an episode of Supernatural. It was one that was focused around stage magicians, and there was this like enchanted deck of tarot cards. So something along those lines would also be cool for this concept.
I'm also I'm trying to like figure out what reason would they be killed. Because there's one thing I could think of, but I think it's sort of been done, and it really delves into a really dark part of Hollywood history. But then again, this is somewhat of a critique of that, so...
It depends on how dark you want to go.
I don't want to go...
I have an idea, but it's a bit...
It's super dark?
It's not... As an inciting incident of the movie, it's not crazy dark.
Okay.
The only reason why it approaches being as dark as it might be taken as is because it is sort of semi-topical. Because what if Shelley were assaulted in a casting couch situation, and she threatens to go to the journalists or the police about it, and that's why they're killed?
I mean, to be fair, I did have a similar thing. Though it was not Shelley, it was friends of Shelley and Eric. And they were planning on, while the friend wasn't really planning on going, they were planning on reporting it as well.
See, I think it's more impactful. I think it's more impactful if it's actually her. Because then of course, Eric, he goes off in a blind rage, threatens the main bad guy, and it's like, I'm gonna go to the New York Times, and I'm gonna go to the police, and I'm gonna go to this, that, and the other. You'll never work in this town again. Blah 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 blah. And then he just is like, all right. and then he walks. Eric storms off, and then sleazy producer guy calls in the hit, and the rest is history. Because Eric feels compelled to defend his girl because, duh. Shelly is distraught because she had this horrible thing happen to her, and then the producer dude kills the moth to protect his image, and along comes the crow.
I guess the question would be okay. Yeah.
Or you know what? To add some people to the kill count, maybe instead of just calling in a hit, the producer dude blackmails a bunch of camera people and stagehands and stuff to make it look like a stage accident, which, yes, this might be a little bit on the nose, but if you did it right, could also be a nice reference to Brandon Lee. And that's how they die.
So that adds more of a twisted tragedy to the other bad guys. I mean, they're still obviously going to be killed because most of the time with Crow bad guys, they're kind of irredeemable. Yeah, thank you. But this, it adds a layer of grayness. I mean, obviously they're going to die. That's just.
And obviously we can, write them so that they have their own personal issues about, what they were being blackmailed for, or maybe they were just, on hard times and he paid them a boatload of money or whatever the fuck.
I would say it would have to vary between them.
Yeah, but we can up the moral, we can up their culpability by making them kind of sleazy or a bunch of sleaze bags to varying degrees. But
I mean, I think it'd be interesting if one or two were very remorseful. I mean, to be fair, again, the whole thing with the Crow, most time I have seen it in both the media and the book, it's been kind of a black and white thing in terms of the vengeance. I think adding this layer of moral grayness
might be interesting.
Yeah.
Again, and I know we talked about this on Thursday with the Spectre idea, but you want to have there be a scene similar to when V visits the Doctor in V for Vendetta, the "I've not come for what you hoped to do, I've come for what you did" scene.
Yeah.
I know you feel bad, but you still did it, kind of thing. Because if we are planning on having at least a couple of these characters, or maybe just one, be sympathetic, I feel like there does need to be that scene of yeah, I know your back was against the wall, you needed the money, blah blah blah, etc., and so on. But at the end of the day, death doesn't care. Effectively,
yeah.
I'm still dead, so screw you.
I think I figured out the cameraman and why he would die. Just because I want to keep the idea of that scene of us watching the camera being smashed against the guy's face.
Right.
He's the one that filmed Shelly on the casting couch.
I was thinking on a similar line. I was gonna say that the boss, being the sadistic asshole that he is, actually had them film the murder scene so that he can hold on to it for posterity. The quote unquote accident.
Well, that's.
I mean, that might be a little bit over the top. Yours might work a little better. But I don't know. Or hell, maybe it could be both. Maybe he's the guy who filmed the casting couch thing, and also the guy who filmed the accident.
that one I would want to make Sleazy. I'll be fully honest, just because. Yeah, I'll be fully honest. The cameraman I would want to make an irredeemable sleazebag along with the producer.
Yeah, because if he's filming sex tapes of casting couch scenarios, then and also filming a murderer or a accident murder, then yeah, no, this guy's got a few things coming himself at that point.
I would say he's the second to die, or second to last to die, obviously before the producer.
Yeah, because you want it to escalate in scale and like complexity each time it goes up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so there was Tintin, there was Fun Boy. I'm just trying to remember the number of bad guys that were killed. Just to keep that same number so we can figure
Right.
out what
So it's relatively the same. Yeah.
Tintin, Top Dollar, Fun Boy, Skank, uh, fucking the leader of that gang.
Right.
Not Top Dollar,
So
but
so
one
we're
of the
up.
guys that's
Yeah.
5.
So we're up. So yeah, we're up to 5.
Okay, so 5's plenty, I think.
Yeah. Five is enough.
Okay, so we have the producer, the cameraman. Would it be? There's a specific job. I guess special effects coordinator.
Yeah. Set designer too. If we're going with the it looks like a set accident idea.
Okay, so that's 4. Special effects coordinator and set designer.
What if the innocent one is like the secretary of the would-be top dollar producer dude?
I was either thinking that or actor. The one who's playing the cowboy in that western scene.
Yeah, but like somebody who um
Okay, so we might actually have to pump up the number. Now that I'm thinking about it.
somebody who was like who knew what the whole casting couch thing and knew about the framing things to be an accident, but was relatively like innocent as far as like not directly involved thing. And then the equivalent of the "I've not come for what you hoped to do, I've come for what you did" thing would be something akin to like, I know you didn't do it, but you knew and you could have stopped him. You could have gone to the police, you could have gone to the press, you could
I
have
do.
stepped
Yeah. All right. So, for one thing, I guess I do want to fight a legit actual fight scene. So I'm gonna go with a stuntman as well.
yeah. Like he pays off the stuntman not to come in to work that day so that Eric has to do it instead.
Okay, so we might actually have to do 6 then if we're gonna do the secretary as well.
Yeah. So yeah, 6 victims. Or I guess perpetrators in this case.
Well, depends on how you look at them, because they are definitely victims of Crow.
Yeah, but they are perpetrators that led to the Crow-worthy situation in the first place. So,
All right.
Yeah.
I'm
You
gonna
know
have to
what?
write all this shit.
Yeah, we also
I'm gonna have to.
well, the good news is it's recorded for posterity, so if you forget something, you can come back to it.
I know. I know.
But like speaking of, Hollywood scandals, another parallel we could draw is the Alec Baldwin um Alec Baldwin accidental shooting thing.
Right. Don't know if I want to be that topical.
Well, no, but
That
I'm just saying in terms of like inspirations and stuff to pull from.
right.
I mean, we
Um.
already kind of have the Me Too aspect. We already kind of have the like production accidents and homage to Brandon Lee aspect. So just keeping that in mind. Anyway, let's move on to the next thing because we've already spent like
Right.
half an hour on this.
It's a good idea, though.
Hmm. And for those that might be watching this on the rewatch or whatever, yes, this is basically what we do every Thursday. He tells me random concepts or ideas that have come to him over the course of the week, and then we workshop them back and forth for like half an hour to an hour. And this is
Oh no, we
usually
don't.
this is usually the kind of thing we do on Thursdays. And now you have seen a look behind the curtain, so to speak, of our creative process. The only thing
Okay.
that changed this time is I didn't add extra magic into it because it's already there, so I didn't have to. But next
Yep.
topic.
And so this is what Dalton sent me. She-Hulk star blasts new law requiring parental approval to address students by preferred pronouns. Absurd. She-Hulk star Tatiana Maslany slammed the measure as an overreach. It's written by Taylor Pinley, published on FoxNews.com, July 4th, 2024.
See, I'm of several minds on this point because I don't think there's a satisfactory answer other than just don't transition children, you maniacs. Because on the one hand, I can see a situation where if a child was, quote unquote, actually trans, it would be awkward to tell their parents, and so you might want to keep it secret. But then again, I can also see a situation where a parent would be very upset if all of a sudden their child, felt like they were trans and they weren't informed. So my solution to this is you wait until people are over the age of 18 to talk about transition bullshit. Because you shouldn't be identifying the gender non-conforming people in middle schools and elementary schools, because part of the biological purpose of puberty is to increase biological gender affiliation. A lot of the gender confusion that children do sometimes have can be fixed by simply letting them go through puberty, and they will start more strongly affiliating with the gender of their, the gender that would be implied by their sex.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Gentle. You're good. I'm doing pretty fine. Shit. I am still right. I'm reading through. I got a lot of shit to do. I'm not gonna lie. I have been super busy with work that I haven't been able to really catch up or read. Although I did recently just get. Okay. They need to earn the right to make any reimaginings back, at least the right to do it without being assumed trash until proven good. That was from earlier.
Yeah, up to a point, I can see where you're coming from, Dragon Turtle. My standing rule is I don't care if you remake or reimagine something. I only care that it's good. If you can't remake or reimagine it in a way that is good, then don't do it. But yeah, my standard rule is if you're going to remake or reimagine something, it had better be at least as good as the original, if not better. And if you fail to do this, then you will get, you deserve whatever backlash you get from the fans of the original IP. Because I don't care that there are remakes or reimaginings, I care as and when they are bad.
Mm-hmm.
And usually avoidably bad. Anyway,
Okay,
next thing.
Sorry, Edgelord Nihilist. Damn, that seems out of character for how you are and Dalton talks about you now. Like I said, I had my teenage years were kind of fucked. I'm not gonna lie. I had a lot of shit going on back then. So I was
He got the Job treatment for a good number of years.
yeah. But I'll be honest. I think without those years of tribulation, to put it mildly, I wouldn't be as hopeful as I am now.
Mm-hmm. And this is why I have respect for Brainstormer, folks. Well, one of the many reasons I have respect for Brainstormer. Because he went through the gauntlet of human misery, and it just made him kinder. This is why I occasionally compare him to people like Captain America or Superman.
Okay.
Because there are other people, probably myself included, that if I had to go through half the shit you went through, it would turn me and many other people into a Joker scenario. There would be one bad day thing going on. But it didn't work on you.
Uh,
So there's that. Anyway, moving on to the next thing.
I think you're giving me too much credit and you're underselling yourself. So
that is my prerogative as your friend, to occasionally remind you that you are worth a damn. These are the duties I was charged with when I chose to be your friend, so them's the rules.
Okay. She-Hulk star Tatiana Maslany put a newly enshrined into law parental rights law on blast, calling the measure absurd and an overreach. It should not be in the control of the parents how a child identifies, how a child knows themselves to be. Maslany, who starred as the title character for the She-Hulk series, told local reporters after a recent event at the Canadian Walk of Fame.
Agreed up until a point, Ms. Maslany, but here's the thing. Just like it shouldn't be the parents' prerogative how their children identify, you shouldn't be trying to trans kids, period. Let kids go through puberty, and then if they have gender dysphoria or gender affiliation issues after puberty, then they can transition. But if you are trying to ferret out the trans kids, quote unquote, among prepubescents, you are fucking up in the first place. The best way of going about this would be, again, to let the children go through puberty, and then the ones that still have gender affiliation or gender dysphoria after they've gone through puberty, they will also be old enough to make those decisions for themselves, because by that point they will be between 17 and 18, which is a far better scenario than a case where you're convincing a 10, 11, or 12-year-old that they have gender dysphoria even before they've gone through puberty. Because as I mentioned previously, one of the biological functions of puberty, one of the side effects of puberty, is that you generally have a stronger affiliation between your gender and your birth sex. So the most reasonable solution for trans issues, in my opinion, is you wait until the person has gone through puberty. If their puberty wasn't enough to strengthen their gender affiliation to their biological sex, then we can have the conversation about whether they transition or whether they, should take hormones and so on and so forth. Not before, however, because the drugs they give allegedly trans kids before they go through puberty to block puberty are not reversible. It's not something you can put off. If you try to turn puberty off before it's finished, you can't ever switch it back on, as far as we know. So let the kids go through puberty without any of this trans rigmarole, and then if they're still having gender dysphoria or gender identification issues after puberty, then we have what is reasonably referred to as a genuine case of transness, so to speak. Moving on.
All right, sorry, my mind is still on the crawl. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's
Yeah, and this is the point where I am going to comedically point out this is how his brain is, folks. This is why we have to set aside like 3 or 4 or 5 hours every Thursday to have these writing moments, because if he goes more than a week without having that, his brain explodes. Basically. And this is a perfect example, because we only spent about half an hour to an hour on the crow concept, and his brain is still fixated on it. And it probably will be for the next 3 or 4 hours.
sorry. Okay, right, moving on. Sorry.
Mhm.
That isn't a parent's place. It's an overreach. It's an overreach on the part of the provisional government to legislate that. It's absurd, she added.
The problem, Ms. Maslany, is that it's not the teacher's place either. This is again why it is a very, very bad and stupid idea to trans kids,
I mean,
especially
she
where
hasn't
puberty blockers are involved.
she hasn't really said anything about that
Well, but
yet. So
that's what the law pertains to. The law pertains to if a teacher in a school finds out that a student of theirs is trans. According to this law, they have to inform the parents of said child before they take any trans steps for that child, whether it be social transitioning or whether it be anything related to getting medications. That's what the law is for. It's if a teacher, quote unquote, finds out that a kid is trans or might be trans, they have to actually inform the parents before they help the student with any trans issues. Air quotes. And that's why I'm harping on this, because the solution to this, the sensible and sane solution to this, is that neither teachers nor parents should be directly involved in trans shit until after a child has gone through puberty, because again, part of the biological function of puberty, or at least one of its side effects, is to increase the relationship between someone's gender affiliation and their secondary sex characteristics. Hence, the most sensible way to identify proper trans people, the actual existent ones, is you let the kid go through puberty. If they still have dysphoria issues, then they are at least arguably a genuine case of transness. Trying to get people who haven't gone through puberty yet to identify as trans or non-binary or any of the rest of it is unethical, specifically because one of the side effects of puberty, generally, is to strengthen the affiliation between someone's sex and someone's gender. If you don't let them go through that, then you are the problem.
all right, moving on.
Yep. Moving on.
The law, which went into effect in the Canadian province of I'm gonna butcher the fuck out of this. I know that Sas- Saskatchewan, after being signed into effect last October, requires school staff to get parental permission before using a student's new preferred name or gender identity.
Unfortunately, if you're going to insist on treating kids as trans, which again, you shouldn't do, you should wait until after they've gone through puberty. But if you're going to insist on there being such a phenomena as trans kids, this is a reasonable step. You should at least. The only exception to this rule that I would be willing to permit is if there is genuine evidence that the child comes from an abusive household, like actually for real documentably abusive. If the child comes from an abusive household, such as one that might kick them out of the house for being gay or something like that, that would be the one exception to this rule in my head. But we can't even talk about that reasonable exception to this rule because, unfortunately, so many people in education in today's day and age are using the teaching post as an activist one, and therefore looking for or trying to convince kids that they are trans, which is unethical until they have gone through puberty. Because here's okay, backstory or story time, folks. When I was a kid, there are probably ways you could have told that I was gay, or that I was going to wind up being somewhere between bisexual and gay. However, it took me until the age of 15 before I was fully comfortable with it. Now, mind you, I more or less entirely went through puberty at the age of 13. Like, that's when my sexuality kicked in and I started having those sorts of feelings for guys. But it still took me 2 years before I was actually willing to tell anyone in my household that I was gay. I often would use my computer and then clear the search history on my computer so that they couldn't tell the kind of videos I was looking up on my computer whenever they weren't home. And it took me a long time in those 2 years to figure out that I was gay on my own terms, or at least that I was bisexual and heavily preferred dudes. And I am grateful in some ways that I was able to figure that shit out for myself rather than having someone tell me before I was ready to know that. Even though, looking back in my own memories, there are probably ways that A, I should have known that I was gay much before puberty kicked in, or B, that someone else could have figured out that I was probably going to wind up being gay at a very young age. But that's not an excuse to go ahead and tell kids who are exhibiting those kind of tendencies at that young age that they might be those things. It is important not just that we are made aware of the options, but that we are allowed to come to terms with those options in our own good goddamn time. And I feel like the pendulum has swung in such a way that you're not waiting for kids to come to these things on their own. You're enforcing them to a large degree ideologically. Or you're simply bombarding kids with so many options and so many concepts before they're ready to deal with them that they don't even have any idea which they're going to end up being, if any. And again, this is the other reason I wanted to point this out. There are kids who are very feminine when they are like there are boys who are very feminine when they're younger, but once puberty kicks in, they start exhibiting more masculine tendencies. Same thing with tomboy girls. There are in fact quite a few tomboy girls who grow out of their tomboyishness once puberty kicks in and they start thinking, being, and behaving in a much more stereotypically feminine manner. Which is why, again, my rule for transness is let them figure it out for themselves, and above all, don't do anything that fucks around with their puberty until puberty is finished. Because there's a good chance that puberty, being the secondary sex activating thing that it is, might strengthen the person's affiliation between their sex and their gender. And if there is even a potential option that someone might grow out of their masculine or feminine tendencies and might just wind up being either just ordinary gay or just, figuring out where they fit as far as their gender or sexuality, and you prevent them from doing that by giving them puberty blockers or socially transitioning them or anything else, then you have fucked up. And you should not do that under any circumstances. Moving on.
Alright.
There was an accident on set, Dragon Turtle, and he died.
Yeah, I believe it was a gunshot, prop malfunction of the gun.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay. Where were we? The measure currently affects students under age 16 and has sparked intense debate between its supporters and its opposition. Children have rights, children are human beings who have knowledge and who know themselves, and we should be taking cues from them. In so many ways, we should be taking cues from them, listening to them, empowering them to know who they are and to name that, Alani said.
Okay, but here's the thing. Sometimes, to truly figure out who you are, and again, using myself as an example here, you don't need people telling you things or people giving you resources or anything. What you need is time alone with resources that you find for yourself to figure shit out for yourself. Because even though it was obvious from an early age that I was probably going to be some flavor of gay or bisexual, and even though pretty much from the time I was 13 onwards, I knew I was either gay or bisexual, still took me 2 years before I was comfortable with myself or I was comfortable with telling anybody. That's why I was 15 by the time I told anybody, even though I knew for 2 years prior to telling anybody. You got to give people time by themselves to find resources and or figure shit out for themselves. You can't force personal growth. You can't grease the arc that someone is going through. You can't speed up their character journey, so to speak. Sometimes, in order to truly understand ourselves, we need time alone to figure shit out for ourselves. One second.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Sorry, my neck has a freaking crick in it, and I'm trying to get it out because it freaking moved. My head moved in a weird way, and now my neck hurts. Okay, there we go. That's slightly better. Yeah, but moving forward.
Alright. The She-Hulk star has been previously outspoken about social issues, including the war in Gaza, which she addressed during the Walk of Fame ceremony, during which a plaque was unveiled in her honor after being inducted in 2022. Okay.
Tatiana, my darling, why are you under the impression that anyone cares what you think? Because the thing you were most recently in, which was She-Hulk, was absolutely ruined by its ideological leanings. So, if nothing else, we can definitely conclude that people don't want to take ideological cues from you because people dislike She-Hulk a lot. And not because they dislike She-Hulk as a concept or as a character, but because the ideological posturing that was inflicted on the She-Hulk TV series made it a terrible representation of the character and removed a lot of the things that fans of the character actually liked because writers were dumb and they prioritized morality and ideology over quality or consistent storytelling or honoring a fucking character or their world. Moving on.
Right. All right. I would say with whatever platform I have that we can't do nothing, and I would demand that our government demand a ceasefire, stop funding a genocide, stop being complicit in it. Thank you for this honor. Thank you for being here. Free Palestine, she said, according to the Independent.
You realize, Ms. Maslany, that a lot of the Palestinians are fundamentalist Muslims who would probably kill you or do other unmentionable things to you because you are an outspoken woman and not a Muslim. And they would certainly be opposed to the gender roles of feminism as it is often presented. Not to mention that Israel is a far more westernized country than Palestine. Does not mean that I'm siding with Israel, by the way. As far as I'm concerned, America should not be involved in Israel or Palestine. These children should be forced to sit in the corner until they work shit out for themselves, so to speak. But Palestine and the Palestinians are definitely not the good guys in this situation. Doesn't mean that Israel is. As far as I'm concerned, neither of these people or neither of these groups are the good guys because they're both theocratic nut jobs in the third goddamn world and they need to join the 21st goddamn century. But short of us, fucking leaving them alone to let them sort that shit out for themselves, neither of these groups is particularly the good guy in this situation. They are both, as I mentioned, theocratic nut jobs who aren't in favor of many of the first world policies. So they should be left alone at the kids' table until they grow up as a civilization, so to speak. Call me Islamic countries when you have your equivalent of the Protestant Reformation and the Industrial Revolution and the Scientific Revolution and the Enlightenment. Then we can talk. But until you've gone through those levels in the game of civilization, I'm not in particular favor of either Israel or Palestine because they're both theocratic states that I really wouldn't find a happy place in either case. Would probably rather be with Israel because they've at least been westernized to some degree, but as far as I'm concerned, we should leave Israel and Palestine both the fuck alone and stay the fuck out of it until they grow up. Moving on.
Okay. Debates surrounding using preferred names and pronouns without parental consent have been widespread in recent years, with some school districts in the United States cracking down on the practice, while others have allowed it to continue. Those questioning the transgender movement have additionally voiced concerns over transgender surgeries and hormone treatments for minors.
Again, why in God's name would you be giving sexual surgeries or hormones to people in the process of going through puberty? And I want to point this out again. If you give a child who is going through puberty blockers on the grounds that they are they are likely trans or might be trans or whatever, that is a process that cannot be restarted. It is permanent. The damage you have done to their bodies is not reversible. There are quite a lot of detransitioning horror stories of people who were given puberty blockers when they were teenagers, and it's dark, guys. Long story short. So you should not give any drugs to teenagers that will fuck around with or stop puberty going through its natural course. End of discussion. Moving on. And you certainly shouldn't be fiddling around with their sex organs. Anyway, moving on.
Alright. So this is from Forbes.com. The boys crossed the line and it wasn't hilarious at all. Written by Eric Kane. Published July 6th, 2024.
I'm going to now make a prediction. The prediction is the boys did what they always do, but this particular instance of the boys doing what it always does pissed this person off for personal bias or ideological reasons. I might be wrong, but I suspect that is the long and short of it. Because the irony, of course, is that the boys always was a nihilistic bag of dicks, but this person liked every other time that the boys was a nihilistic bag of dicks. It just doesn't like, this person just doesn't like this particular instance for some reason. I don't even know what incident they're referring to. I'm just saying that I suspect this is a case of the boys does what the boys is known for, and this particular instance didn't sit right with this person for some reason. And now they're going to morally grandstand and claim that they should be able to speak for everybody who's a fan of the boys, instead of just for themselves. That is my prediction. Moving on.
The boys have always been a show determined to shock and disgust its audience. It's no wonder that they keep pushing the proverbial envelope. I'm no prude, but I'm often plenty grossed out by this show. Though in the past, that's mostly been a good kind of grossed out.
See, this suggests to me that you are in fact a prude. Because, quite frankly, like, yes, the boys does go, it tries to be edgy. That like, being edgy and dark and nihilistic is the boys' whole thing. But most of it isn't all that actually graphic. It's just nihilistic and annoying, mostly. So, the fact that you admit that you've been grossed out and that you've had to convince yourself not to be grossed out suggests to me that you are in fact a prude, and you're now going to complain because even though you've tolerated every other time the boys has been characteristically dark and edgy, you have an ideological bugbear to pick with this particular instance, and all of a sudden you should be the one who is the arbiter of everyone else's opinion instead of just. This is my issue. I fucking hate when these people use the like implicit or royal we instead of just speaking for themselves as an individual. Because they, like, how many times have we been covering an article where the like person who wrote the article is saying something that specifically and only applies to them, but they somehow assume that it should be like the way everyone thinks or the way everyone should think. It fucking infuriates me when they do that. You are not you are not a hive mind writer of this article. You are a single person. You can make an argument for your perspective all you like as a single person. But please don't act like you've been given the pedestal of someone on a moral high horse and can therefore speak for all the people. Your problems are your problems primarily, first and foremost. Please acknowledge this. Moving on.
Right. Okay. It's been funny for the most part, though. Early on in the series, Starlight, Aaron Moriarty, is sexually assaulted by the superhero of the deep, Chase Crawford. That scene was deeply disturbing and was supposed to be. It was a tough scene, but it was here for a reason. Starlight got her first glimpse at how vile Seven truly were, though not the last. Soon she'd realize that even the Golden Boy, Homelander, was a villain. In this week's episode of The Boys, however, which would have been like, what, 2 weeks ago or a week ago?
Yeah.
However, things are taken too far and not in a good way. There's shock value and then there's shock value. Season 4, episode 6, titled Dirty Business, is only shocking in its lack of empathy for victims of sexual assault. Spoilers ahead.
My dude, again, this show is nihilistic on purpose, and that is its thing. It shows no empathy for anyone as a general rule, because if it showed empathy, half the shit that happens wouldn't happen. This is why I constantly remind people that of all, for all the terrible shit Homelander has done, he is the way he is because nobody showed him empathy as a child, and he was broken as a result. He grew up in a world that was literally scientifically and then corporately managed, and so the only way he understands the world is through the lens of scientific detachment and or corporate spin doctoring and shilling. If you want to bitch about how The Boys has no empathy, then please explain the fuck to me why we're supposed to be okay with the child abuse that Homelander suffered and that Ryan is probably going to join him in. But for some reason, this is where you draw the this situation calls for empathy line.
Actually, recent episode showed that Ryan is kind of stepping away from Homelander. So,
well, I mean that's like I'm of two minds on this because I genuinely think that Homelander does have it in him to be a decent father to Ryan, and that having a personal connection to somebody would solve at least some of Homelander's issues. But on the other hand, as I mentioned previously, Homelander was broken basically from the word go because he was never shown human decency at any point in his childhood. So, like, I don't want to see Ryan follow in his father's footsteps. So it is good that he is thinking of it stepping away from his dad. But on the other hand, it's bad because someone should actually give a fuck about Homelander, and he would be better off as a person if people did at least try to give a fuck about him more. But unfortunately, I think in this case the damage is done. He was broken as a child, and he's a narcissist now, and narcissists very rarely, if ever, heal. So, unfortunately, the time to show Homelander kindness would have been 30 years ago, and nobody did. So, oops. Moving on.
all right. It's odd because last week was the first time this season that I genuinely thought to myself, "This is finally getting good." The episode had a lot to love.
Bless you.
Thank you. From flying soup sheep to a hilarious parody of Disney's Marvel Cinematic Universe, Get Woke, Get Yoked is one of the funniest and most absurd things this show has done. And the ridiculous woke product placement in the episode is classic The Boys. Okay.
Which again tells me that the show is doing what it always did. You just don't like it in this instance for ideological reasons. Moving on.
Okay. But it all came crashing down in episode 6 when Huey, Jack Quaid, learns that saying never meet heroes the hard way, same way that Starlight did back in season 1. This time, however, sexual assault is tackled with all the nuance of a freight train crashing into a brick wall.
You're expecting The Boys to be nuanced, even though its entire brand is nihilism and shocking. Like, nihilism and shock humor. It's The Boys' entire thing. Why are you expecting them to be nuanced in this instance when their entire premise is not being nuanced? Okay, I tell a lie. The show is decent at being nuanced. I will give you that to some degree. But my point is that you seem to be complaining because even though you've liked every other instance of The Boys being nihilistic and playing things for shock or humor, now that it is affecting something you care about, now it's gone too far. And it occurs to me that the only reason you would think that is because you prioritize your ideology over your ability to enjoy the show. Which, again, I feel bad for you in that instance, but it is the way the game is played. It is the way the show works. So, turn off your ideology and enjoy the show accordingly, or keep your ideology, but realize that probably precludes you from enjoying the show or indeed any piece of media that is against whatever moral dictums you happen to hold. This is the thing. There are people, and I think most people fall under this category, who can actually turn off their ideological goggles for the sake of enjoying something. But there are also people, like most of the people who write these kind of articles, unfortunately, who will refuse to turn off their ideological goggles and then be surprised when something sins against their ideology. Like Christians who bitch about Has-Been Hotel. Either throw your ideology at the door and enjoy the show, because it is very enjoyable, or don't be surprised when the show that is telling you it's parodying your perspective that is going to continue doing that. Moving on.
All right. Content warning. My colleague Paul Tassi has already detailed why this scene is so messed up. So I'll just direct you to his synopsis and critique. I want to talk about the authorial intent, which makes it all so much worse. As far as I could tell, watching the scene and its aftermath, the boys was playing Huey's suffering for laughs. I was a bit mortified by his emotional breakdown after the fact, but it turns out that I was wrong. Showrunner Eric Kripke called the scene hilarious in an interview with Variety.
Again, why are you surprised? The guy who thought it was a good idea to adapt The Boys finds darkly humorous things darkly humorous. Now, mind you, if I were watching this scene and I couldn't compartmentalize my political or ideological biases, I might say something to the effect of a male character getting sexually assaulted is played for laughs, while almost all the time female characters are played for serious drama and or tragedy.
You know, there's actually a video. There's actually a video about that. Pop Culture Detective made. I haven't watched it. You know,
because Macintosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Even though there are times and situations where I do think it is reasonable and legitimate to bring up those sorts of things, especially in the context of it being a pervasive thing in popular culture and so on, I can also admit when a show is not coming from my perspective. and therefore I can compartmentalize my moral goggles. I can take off my moral goggles, relax for a minute, and enjoy shit. Now, if you want to have a conversation about like the deeper implications of shit and everything, that's fine. But again, I must ask the question, is this really the first time The Boys has crossed a line that you actually think is worth remarking upon? Not the comparing Trump to Homelander, not the child abuse of said Homelander, not the way they portrayed Stormfront, not anything relating to all of the other heinous shit that all the other characters have done, and like some of which is framed as being good in the context of the show. Like, this is a show where almost every character is a dick. Almost every character is some degree of sociopath or other. Hell, my favorite character is Stan Edgar, but he is definitely fucked in the head because the man is so like clinically calm about everything that it would surprise me if he weren't a goddamn sociopath or psychopath. But that being said, that's my point. Either apply your standard consistently, in which case you probably can't find much in The Boys to recommend, because nihilism and being dark boys and edgy is their whole shtick, or admit that your ideology has no place here, in which case you can take the ideological goggles off and just enjoy the show for what it is. Frankly, I would advise you to take your goggles off and enjoy the show for what it is, if you're capable of enjoying the show. Now, Brainstorm and I have both gone into great detail about how The Boys is kind of a shit thing because it's rooted in this like self-flagellating, self-parroting like nihilism that it has. But even we can admit that even though it is a self-flagellating, self-parroting, nihilistic thing, it still has its good moments and its fun moments and its cool moments. And we can appreciate those because we don't need everything in the world to cater to our ideological perspectives or our special hug boxes. You apparently do, though. Moving on.
All right. The interviewer asked the following question, which is one I would have asked too. Let's start with the Tech Knight sex dungeon part. Where did the idea come from, and why bring Huey into this situation now, kicking him when he's down by having him sexually assaulted by his childhood hero after his dad just died?
Okay, my answer to that question would be because it's the nature of the world The Boys has set up. That if there is anything that can be made worse, something will happen to make it worse. That I'm not saying it's a good thing, because again, both Brainstormer and myself have complained about how nihilistic The Boys is. But don't act surprised when it continues to do the one gimmick that it does consistently, which is if someone is down, something will happen that kicks them further down. That's the nature of the beast, or in this case, the nature of The Boys. Moving on.
All right. Grippy's reply in full reads, "Well, that's a dark way to look at it. We view it as hilarious. Obviously, Tech Knight is our version of Batman, and we wanted to really play around with that trope." Okay, so
The ambiguously gay duo trope, I assume.
no. But he's not Batman. Motherfucker ain't Batman. He doesn't have a fucking suit.
He's the point being is he's supposed to be the stand-in for a Batman figure.
But here's the trope they wanted to play around with. Batman's fascist underpinnings are as a really wealthy dude who hunts poor people and then profits off of the incarceration. Okay, misspelled that. So that was one.
Okay, see, and now we're in a situation where I'm not on anyone's side because both of these people are morons.
Right.
Kripke is a moron for the whole bat fascism thing, and the writer of the article is a moron for not seeing that coming. Because here's the thing: Kripke agrees with you and your ideological worldview, my dudes. He's just capable of occasionally laughing at it or laughing at himself. Which, I mean, again, the bat fascism thing is stupid, and we've gone over it many times in many ways in which it's stupid. But for someone coming from his perspective, I at least admire his ability to make fun of his beliefs rather than just moral grandstanding about them every 5 fucking seconds. That officially places Eric Kripke above the writer of this article in terms of they're at least able to have enough self-awareness to laugh at themselves on occasion.
Mm.
Still a stupid idea, because the boys is full of stupid, half-baked ideas, but at least he's able of laughing at the stupid idea rather than taking it so sanctimoniously seriously that that he can never have any fun. Because I don't care what your ideology is, if it prevents you from having fun, then the ideology is usually the problem. If you have a moral ideology that prevents you from seeing the fun side or the funny side of life, you might be a bit of a dick, and your ideology is definitely not helping. Moving forward, though.
Right. All right. Tech Knight was already set up to be a freak, so we were kind of already halfway there. Then the notion came up of he should have a bat cave, but let's be honest, the bat cave would have a sex dungeon. Okay, hold on. Like, even the real bat cave is just the side of being a sex dungeon. It's really dark and there's rubber suits everywhere. That's not that much of a push to add a couple dildos and then a weird urinal that turns into a face mask. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's what they did. And again, this is a monumentally stupid, monumentally like postmodern deconstructive idea that completely misses the point of Batman and completely misses the point of the Batcave and completely misses the point of everything that it's trying to make fun of. But on the other hand, that's what the boys always does. So why is this one instance with Huey a step too far, but none of the other 4 seasons have at any point been a step too far for you? That's my fundamental issue here. Kripke is being a moron, but at least he's being a moron self-aware enough to laugh at himself, whereas you are also being a moron, writer of this article, and you're being sanctimonious and moralistic about it. This is my issue. I'm not on either of your side because your ideology is stupid and this entire deconstructive woo nonsense is stupid. But given the choice between the two of you, I will take the guy who has at least enough self-awareness to make a joke about something, rather than someone who takes it so fakakta seriously that he can't enjoy anything or have any fun. Moving on.
Right. Okay. In the comics, there's a great storyline where Huey goes undercover disguised as a superhero. That was a story that Jack had always asked us to do, so part of it is always be careful what you ask the writers for. Then we finally had this Web Weaver character, and the idea of Spider-Man going down to be kink tickled in the Batcave is just too good to pass up. I'm sorry, I just couldn't leave that on the table.
Again, he's a moron and he's stupid, and The Boys is a terrible rendition of any of the characters it's trying to parody, but at least he's trying to have fun with it. So there's that. I don't really like his definition of fun is nowhere near my definition of fun, but we've already gone this far down the rabbit hole. There's no point in complaining about it being Wonderland all of a sudden. Moving forward.
Okay. In reference to the Crow Show topic, don't make things just based off IRL stuff unless it's the sort of thing to go down in history or something. Giant Turtle says that.
Uh-huh.
All right, moving on. King Tinkled. I'm sorry, that wasn't King. That was entirely non-consensual. The fact that the show's creator views it as hilarious and waves it off as some kind of funny sex dungeon scene is more disturbing than the scene itself.
Okay, again, sweetheart, you laugh, or at least you probably have laughed, at least one instance of mass murder in this show, because it's The Boys, and there's a lot of mass murder scenes. And none of that, the airplane scene in season 1, the melting Stormfront's, skin off her bones in season 2, the Trump allegories in season 3, the child abuse scenes all throughout that regard Homelander, like none of that was apparently over your line. But the idea of, in a universe as nihilistic and shitty as The Boys, the idea of someone non-consensually doing something sexual with a character is too far for you. Like, I'm pointing this out to point out just how, like, specific your moral rules have to be. If the showing of mass murder is totally fine, the child abuse totally fine, the melting people's skin off their bones totally fine, but the mere implication of non-consensual sex and everyone loses their fucking minds. This is why I'm getting so much material out of you, dear, because you are one of those moralistic twats who thinks everything is fine until it's your turn to be mocked or laughed at or taken the piss out of, and then all of a sudden, this thing you've been okay with or found interesting for 4 seasons is not funny no more, even though several of the things you didn't react to are worse than the thing you are reacting to. Moving on.
One asked if there was ever a time that Amazon said that this was taking things too far. Kripke adds, I love that. It's just such a perfect setup. Beautiful.
Sorry, Brainstorm, I think you might be roboting slightly. I didn't get most of that. Oh dear. The technical difficulties may have started. Yes, better now.
It's such a he's trying to do all the time. I don't.
Okay, and now he got yeeted from the call. So we must now wait for him to come back again. But in short, while I'm filling the dead air, to some degree, watching certain things occur in fiction, require not just a suspension of disbelief, but you could say a loosening or a suspension of your moral beliefs to a degree. And if you're not willing to take your ideological goggles off for the sake of enjoying something that you otherwise would enjoy, that is a you problem. Because yes, you can ideologically grandstand on just about anything if you're so inclined to. But the best way to function in such situations, especially when such situations are happening in a fictional universe, is to suspend along with your disbelief the your moral beliefs as well to a degree, or at least to loosen them and suspend them as much as you would your level of disbelief. Anyway, hello Brainstormer, welcome back.
Can you hear me? Hello?
And I cannot hear you, but it might be on my end, so I will be back.
How's everyone doing?
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Now, yes, the technical difficulties have abated. Huzzah. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, moving forward.
Right. Okay. Where were we? All right. This wasn't just shock value, as far as I'm concerned, any more than Starlight's assault was. But it's bizarre to see how Kripke's views it as just a fun segment rather than something that should be taken very, very seriously. Contrast his comments with what he said about Starlight's scene at the time. I wanted to get it right. I had a lot of conversations with a lot of women, which some of which were very painful, and I did my absolute best to get the fuck out of the way and just let them speak, and not try to steer it one way or another, and then ultimately kind of boil it down to Starlight's experience both in that moment and then in the aftermath of that moment. Then when it came time to loop in Aaron and then Chase, we went through the process all over again, because the actors actually have to live in and play it. And so I'll say this: I've never worked so hard or stressed so much about a scene in my life before or since. Because if I got that wrong, it's not just that it would fail as a scene, it would be hurtful. And I felt the pressure and responsibility all throughout.
Okay, now see, I do have an answer for you here as to why that double standard exists, but you're not going to like it because it's a men's rights answer. And I know full well that this person who bitches about this is not on the anti-woke side. It's not on the men's rights side. They're probably an intersectional feminist. So let me explain to you why that double standard exists in Eric Kripke's head. Because people are more comfortable seeing women as victims and men as perpetrators. So it is very hard to get people to believe in, to pay attention, or to take seriously the idea of a male victim. That is the objectively correct answer as to why that double standard exists in his head. And I don't like it either. As I said, I'm coming at it from a men's rights perspective where I'm like, can we please treat men and male characters the way we treat women and female characters, please, with regard to the seriousness of the issue. But here's the thing: I can actually take my ideological goggles off, and I can acknowledge that The Boys is a nihilistic show, and the only reason why Starlight's assault was probably taken seriously is because Eric Kripke knew that both morally and probably career-wise, there was a gun to his head. The gun aimed by the feminist movement to his head. Either morally, because he's actually buying into the feminist dogma, or, if for no other reason than career, because he knows full well that if he doesn't treat a woman's assault correctly on screen, according to the standard, then he will have no more career. He will be tack-theored and blacklisted. But, by the same token, there is no such lobby of men's rights or men's enthusiasts. So he's allowed to treat the assault of the Deep, or Huey, excuse me, the assault of Huey, like he treats every other serious issue in The Boys, namely for shock value and humor. And you could criticize him for not treating a man's assault the way you would treat a woman's assault, but you could also just as easily go, well, this is how the nihilistic game is played, so why wasn't Starlight's also taken as a joke? Of course, the actual reason is because people care more about women and female characters being victims than they do men and male characters being victims, generally. Moving on.
Okay. Imagine if he said Starlight scene was hilarious and waved it off the same way as he does with Huey's horrific scene. There's a lot of stigma around male victims of sexual assault, and rather than tackling that in a serious manner, The Boys just amplifies that stigma. It's hypocritical and more than a little revolting. I'd call it a shame, but that's not quite strong enough. Reprehensible, that's the word I'm looking for.
It is hypocritical because for some reason Starlight's assault was too sacrosanct to treat with the dark humor that The Boys treats literally everything else. But here's the thing. I'm upset with it for not holding Starlight's assault to the same standard it holds everything else. Namely, The Boys makes dark, satirical, humorous fun of everything. So why do we have to stop the humor for 5 seconds on a dime? Because otherwise Eric Kripke is going to get hashtag me too, is the answer. But you are looking at it and being like, why isn't this darkly satirical nihilistic show being morally puritanical and upright? And I must ask the question, have you been paying attention to literally anything else that has happened in this entire show? Because it makes fun of everything. The Boys, whether you like it or not, operates kind of by the South Park rule of everybody gets one. By which I mean everyone is subject to jokes. And those jokes aren't particularly innovative. They can sometimes be handled well if the writing is good. But for the most part, a lot of the appeal of The Boys comes from it being disingenuous about the superhero genre or about the idea of heroism in general. And it surprises me that this is what it took you to notice, given that apparently nothing in the previous 3 or 4 seasons, or 3 or almost 4 seasons, has qualified as, wait, you mean they're going to darkly and nihilistically make fun of really serious shit? Yes, that's what they do. That's what they always do, with the one exception of the time that it actually would have affected Eric Kripke's career if he treated Starlight in the way he treated Huey just now.
All right.
Moving
on. Again, imagine this scene wasn't Huey, but Starlight or Kimiko, Karen Fukuhara. Then compare how this show is handling such a devastating moment in the Netflix's recent miniseries, Baby Reindeer, which dove headfirst into how trauma can destroy your life. How terribly disappointing. Update, you can watch the show's creator and some of the cast joking around about this scene in the most bizarre way right here. It's like it never occurred to anyone when they were making this scene it was sexual assault at all. Just wow.
That's the default state of The Boys, my friend. The default state of The Boys is to nihilistically mock everything. That was also the default state of the comic, and in many ways, I think the show actually handles it better than the comic did. But here's the thing. That is the default state of The Boys. The only exception is situations where it would have cost Eric Kripke his career if he didn't all of a sudden toe the moral line. But the thing is, The Boys is not a morally upright standing show. So why are you all of a sudden pulling out your moral weights and moral measures and trying to measure it by moral rules when you know full well that at no point, with the exception of the Starlight example, has it treated those issues well? Granted, sometimes The Boys has really decent writing when it's not with its own head up its ass, and you might argue that this should have been one of those scenes, but The Boys has never given a fuck about morality, and it's weird to me that you're insisting that it all of a sudden should give a fuck about morality, when usually it's nihilistic humor that The Boys gives a shit about. It's not a good thing. It's a thing that we have regularly criticized about The Boys because it's stupid, but it's not new either. This instance is no different than the plane crash in season 1, or the Trump speech in season 3, or any of the other instances, my dear. Seriously.
All right. Moving on.
Yeah.
Update 2. A lot of people are jumping through hoops to defend this scene. One common defense I've read is that Huey knowingly put himself in this situation so it can't be non-consensual. Another is that because both Techne and Ashley thought he was Web Weaver, they believed it was non-consensual. That may be the case, but I don't think it changes anything with regards to what happened to Huey, who definitely didn't plan on engaging in any sexual activities at all when he went in disguised as Spider-Man adjacent.
Okay, again, why do you have this moral bugbear about sexuality, but not about murder, not about violence, not about child abuse, not about trauma, not about, like, the list of the heinous shit The Boys depicts is miles and miles long, and has been miles and miles long since season fucking 1. What is it? What is the special pleading? What is the special exemption that you give to this instance that makes it too far, but not any of the other heinous shit? It's because you have an ideological bias that you can't set aside. That is why I am arguing with you. Because yes, as a men's rights advocate, I would like to make the argument about maybe treat male characters similar to how you treat female characters when they're traumatized and shit. But I'm not going to make that stand with The Boys because I know The Boys is just going to point and laugh. Because The Boys points and laughs at everything except the one thing that would cost Eric Kripke his career if they didn't.
Okay. So, another thing I wanted to comment on is just how tiresome it gets when every single soup is a sexual deviant, and not in a way that's even relevant to their characters or powers. At least earlier on in the show, the writers tried to make it make sense. Translucent was a peeping Tom, for instance, because he could turn invisible. Deep is into sea creatures. Now the show seems to just want to up the ante over and over again. There's a sense of desperation to it, which is kind of sad. It's also kind of sad that Huey wasn't even given an episode to grieve his father's incredibly tragic death, and instead they throw him in this gross scene for laughs. To be fair, hold on.
Right.
To be fair, it did show that he was more or less trying to run from the grief of his father's death by going back into work.
Yeah,
So,
but here's the thing, and why I was laughing at you just now. Because by arguing that not every soup should be a sexual deviant, you're actually arguing with the SJWs now, because they actually like kink and quote unquote sexual deviancy representation, and they actually get annoyed when sex scenes or sexuality is heteronormative. So again, because I am very, very nearly certain that you are coming at this from a social justice perspective rather than a traditionalist perspective or a libertarian perspective or any other kind of perspective. You're actually arguing with your own side here, dear, because the reason why all the soups are portrayed as sexual deviants probably has to do with that social justice lobby over there that wants kink and, you know, abnormal sexuality represented in everything, and heteronormative monogamous relationships represented in nothing. You see that thing where you're actually being hoisted by your own petard? That's why I was laughing just now before Brainstormer cut me off. Because you are actually arguing with your own side on this point. And it's because you are such a true believer in your ideology that you can't even bring yourself to not argue with your own side, because your ideology has cooked your brain to such a degree that you can't enjoy anything.
right.
Moving on.
Okay. Finally, I have a question. Has this season advanced the plot in any meaningful way? Gen V introduced the soup-killing virus, but the boys have barely moved the story forward at all. It's just wheel spinning and shock value and nothing else.
Again, I mean, yes, you can complain, I guess, kind of about the plot, but The Boys has a lot of stuff that it does just because it can do them. Very little actually often moves the plot forward, my dude. And I think the only reason why you noticed that the plot wasn't being moved forward by this beat is because you're morally off put by this beat. Which again tells me that in every other instance where time wasting or stalling or sidebar stuff has happened in The Boys, you haven't noticed it because you've been enjoying it, and you've been enjoying it because it didn't violate your moral bugaboos. So either turn off the ideology on occasion so you can enjoy things that aren't morally sacrosanct, or at least be more consistent with your moral outrage. Because The Boys has a lot to be outraged about in it. Because it's nihilistic and flippant about everything. Basically. Granted, sometimes the good writing can soften that blow a bit, which is when the show is actually better than the comics. But not every time that happens is it going to be to your liking.
Right. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I was doing stuff relating to the crow idea we were talking about while we were covering that article.
Uh-huh.
Mainly getting names for the characters.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna lie,
This is
most of them are a lot of references to filmmakers and stuff.
the the irony is that this is now an example of exactly what happens to your brain every Thursday, recorded for posterity.
It's not the first time, I'm sure.
No, it is not. But I just find, because I think I even called it earlier that you would be basically thinking about the crow idea for the next 3 hours.
Well,
So
it was a good idea. So,
yeah. So
um, so
for
I
those that were questioning me when I made that prediction earlier, QED.
right. So I added 3 new characters. They're like sidecast kind of allies to the crow. I'm still one is a police detective because obviously there would be a police detective in this investigation, and Ernie Hudson as the cop character was one of the memorable parts of that movie. So,
Mhm.
um, the name I was looking up something. I looked up the first ever noir film, which arguably is the Maltese Falcon,
Yeah.
and so I picked that, and I looked at some of the actors' names. I settled with Humphrey Bogart as a start,
Mhm.
and I have 2 names that combine both. So I either have Humphrey Falcon or Bogart Maltese as the police detective.
Um,
What do
Bogart
you?
Mar- Bogart Martese sounds like something that might, like a name that might actually exist. I think
Okay,
Humphrey Falcon sounds too much like a character name.
okay,
So
Bogart Maltese.
Bogart Martese.
I guess I wanted to go with that old classic, noir kind of naming thing. And
Hmm.
all right, Bogart Maltese.
Anyway, and while you're addressing that, we can move on to the next thing.
Yep. So there's actually kind of a funny story with this. This is a trailer, by the way. Captain America: Brave New World official teaser. Um, so this one came out yesterday, I believe, correct?
I believe so.
E-
Or was it the day before yesterday? I think it might have been.
No, it was
I think it might.
no, it was yes, it was yesterday,
Uh, okay,
Friday.
it was. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, July 12th. So, um, So the funniest thing was, so I was at work yesterday. At lunch, I was eating, and I was looking through YouTube on my phone, and uh, fuck, I I I, I, I s- I saw the trailer, and I was going to send it for
for us to cover.
yeah, but Dalton sent it like a moment before I did.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where apparently our brains were working exactly the same way at exactly the same time. Jinx.
Yeah, but the teaser trailer, we have some things to say. I'll be honest, I really proper watch it because well, I'm at work, so you know.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be honest. That 30 minutes of lunch go by so quick, so I wasn't really paying attention. I was just mostly trying to eat.
Yeah.
All right, but yeah.
I can't think of anything like specific to Sam Wilson or to Captain America's like.
Well, okay, so because Anthony Mackie is from, because they changed it because originally he was supposed to be from Harlem in the comics, but in here in the MCU he's from Louisiana.
Because Anthony Mackie is from there.
Yeah,
So gumbo or jambalaya? That's the question.
I was gonna say crawfish, but uh, I think
I mean,
jambalaya.
I mean, crawfish works. Why not? Crawfish is fine.
All right, crawfish.
Wilson. Thanks for coming in.
Well, thank you for the invite, sir. I have to admit, I'm still getting used to the new look.
They said lose the mustache or lose the election. You and I haven't always agreed in the past, but I want to.
It didn't look bad, like visually. It's not. It could look worse.
The problem we have here is Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which was the tie-in series to this movie, was so bad that it is what basically inspired us to make the Lionhearted, more or less. And so just going off of that and going off of what I see here in this trailer, I had actually heard that this movie got canceled, and I kind of really wish it had been, because this just doesn't. It's not good, because they're either going to have to completely retcon Falcon and the Winter Soldier, or they're going to have to tie it in somehow. And given that I also heard, granted this was before a set of rewrites got done in it, so it might not be the case anymore. I also heard that the villain in this movie is actually the leader, and therefore it's also going to tie into She-Hulk. As if this movie wasn't already being shot in the foot by its already existing ties to other things. But the long and the short of it is, Sam Wilson is the Falcon. I don't know why people think him being the Falcon isn't enough, but they tried making Sam Wilson Captain America in the comics too, and it didn't work there either. So, also the fact that this is called Brave New World, not doing anyone any favors, because the Gary from Neurotics and the Maulers and the Mr. H's are going to meme the shit out of that. I am waiting for the inevitable Captain America Agenda 2030s or Captain America World Economic Forums or something along those lines. Naming it after a famous dystopian novel was probably not a good idea, because people already find the idea of Sam Wilson taking over for Steve Rogers without taking the Super Soldier Serum to be a stupid idea. So
I mean, okay with it because he has like the suit and
Yeah,
stuff.
the tech suit. It it
Yes.
it it infuriates me because one of the things that made Captain America special and able to engage in superheroics was the serum,
Mm.
and especially in the MCU where they tied the amplification of your physical attributes with the amplification of your personality and character. That's an important aspect of Captain America in the MCU, especially. Um, So the fact that Sam Wilson is apparently going to be doing all sorts of Captain America-esque shit without having taken the super soldier serum, it pissed me off.
All right. I, I've legitimately considered multiple times of rewriting Captain America. Well, a lot of things post Phase 3, but I'm gonna be honest. There's so much stuff there, and they're so like disjointed and jumbled that it would be incredibly hard for me to
And
do
most
it.
of the ideas that you did have about rewriting it wound up in the Lionhearted one way or the other.
Yeah. So I would just be trudging old familiar
I mean,
ground.
yeah,
I mean, there are some ideas.
I mean, we definitely got our mileage out of it. It did basically create the Lionhearted universe, so there's that.
Yeah. Okay. Um. All right. But also Harrison Ford as Thaddeus Ross, given that the original actor who played him did pass away, unfortunately. I don't mind it. Um. I'm just. I mean, not to be an asshole to Harrison Ford because I respect the man a lot. You know, I love his work and all that. But given his previous track record within the last decade or so of him working, I'm how do I put this? I am somewhat scared or worried he might phone in the performance.
Because it seems very obvious to everyone that Harrison Ford wants to retire already. But John, was it John Hurt or was it
Uh,
Robert Redford
hold on.
that was Ross
No,
before?
no, he was Pierce in Winter Soldier.
Okay, but
Hold on,
the
hold
actor
on.
who originally played Ross, I believe, is dead, which is why they
Yeah, he
recast
passed.
it for Harrison Ford.
No, I know why they did that. I literally, yeah, I said, didn't I say that at first?
I don't think he did, but point being, Harrison Ford apparently really wants to retire, and so his presence here is somewhat worrying.
William Hurt.
Yeah, William
Yeah.
Hurt. Yeah, because I was gonna say I know it's not John Hurt because John Hurt is Ollivander and the War Doctor, so that's definitely not the dude I'm thinking of.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Da, 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 da.
Crawfish.
One sec. Yeah. Crawfish. There we go. Okay. Yeah, crawfish.
Make another run at making Captain America an official military position.
And if we disagree on how to manage this situation, then what happens?
What's that? We'll show the world a better way forward.
Hang on. How wasn't Captain America already an official military position? Because until like the events of Endgame, Steve was still occupying it and was still operating as though he were a decorated war hero and respected captain in the military and shit.
Well, no, I assume. Well, for one thing, no, that was completely different. I don't think they explained it. I'll be fully honest here, how it would be different comparatively, but I was under the assumption that one captain, the rank of captain that Steve had was,
It was honorary originally, but then he went on to earn it, and it became an earnest.
Right.
one.
Right. But I assumed Captain America was a moniker, more or less. It wasn't like a position within the military, like is implied here. Again, I'm not sure what would be different, just given that it's given no real context of what it is.
Well, that especially doesn't work
Uh,
because, again, we see Steve through S.H.I.E.L.D. kind of operating as Captain Rogers, at least. So, like, how in the fuck? This just goes back to the point I made earlier. Making Sam Captain America without having this kind of shit squared away already is dumb. I still maintain that the correct maneuver for continuing the Captain America story is to have Bucky and Sam work together in like a buddy cop sense to replace Steve because they both know that neither of them individually is capable of replacing Steve. By the way, if we make it through this movie without ever mentioning Bucky, I'm going to be pissed because the idea of Sam Wilson, who was already the Falcon, getting promoted past Bucky, who was, Steve Rogers' oldest friend, and it not even getting mentioned is just stupid on a level that beggars description.
all right.
Crawfish?
Um,
Unless you
yeah,
have
what-
anything.
I was trying to think if I had anything, but no, I think I'm good.
Mhm.
Okay.
Sir, your inner circle's been compromised. Either you can't see that or you don't want to.
It feels like it's somewhat Jason Bourne-esque, which I would be fine with, but it somehow doesn't feel earned.
Yeah, and this is the thing, because either now they have to ignore Falcon and the Winter Soldier because it was shit, or they have to canonize and reference Falcon and the Winter Soldier a whole hell of a lot, because most people, be they normies or even comic fans, don't understand how and why Sam Wilson can even be referred to as Captain America, let alone that he should be, let alone that they'd be okay with that. So you're going to have to do a lot of work to explain what the fuck incentivizes Sam to become Captain America. And in order to do that, you're going to have to either fix a lot of what Falcon and the Winter Soldier did because it was shit, or you're going to fall victim of the very same problems that Captain America, that Falcon and the Winter Soldier did. In which case, this movie is going to wind up performing like the Marvels did. Because
Okay.
it's not, because in and of itself, the idea of Captain America, the movie franchise, continuing after Steve Rogers, in and of itself doesn't make sense to a lot of people. Hello?
Hello?
Okay, you're still there. Never mind.
Sorry, I was...
No, it's my fault. It sounded like you started talking, and then it sounded like it glitched.
No, I did talking. I stopped talking because I couldn't find any words.
Okay. But, Crawfish?
I think Giancarlo Esposito is in this movie, and he's supposed to be like a major antagonist.
I've heard that he was supposed to be the one playing the leader now. My only criticism of that is it seems like a waste of him.
Probably.
Because Giancarlo Esposito deserves a major and reoccurring role in the MCU. I still think having him play like having him be Xavier would have been good, but apparently not.
Well, it kind of would be a different role for him, considering usually, last decade or so, he's mostly played villains.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, to be fair,
I mean,
if we're to get comic accurate Charles Xavier, he's an asshole with a good heart. Like,
which I mean,
Giancarlo Esposito could obviously play.
yeah, because I mean, Stan Edgar gets in everyone's head without the aid of telepathy. Let's be real here.
Right, but plus, I mean, I've seen him in other like smaller stuff where he's played more nicer and genuine characters, like not something like obscure stuff. I think, but
he has a hell of a voice though. Like he's
yeah,
right up there with Morgan Freeman in the sense of I want him to be in something that he would like narrate.
Now I'm picturing him. Hold on, with the voice, I'm picturing him say to me, "My X-Men," as Charles.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Or hell, having him be the voice of Galactus would have also been cool. I think it would have given that sort of grandiose aspect that Galactus is supposed to have.
Also, God, I'm sorry. I would like to see a proper Juggernaut as well. Like I know he's a simple character, but it's the fact that, well, for one thing, you'd have to get another. Well, I don't know if you need to get another actor that can match Giancarlo Esposito because, Kane Marco is the stepbrother or half brother of Charles Xavier.
Mm-hmm.
I know they're brothers. I just can't ever remember.
Yeah,
if they're step or half brothers.
But regardless, it would also be nice to see a version of the Juggernaut whose powers were explicitly magical, like they're supposed to be. Because they completely retconned that in X-Men 3, and then they kind of just had him there in some of the Deadpool things without addressing the character basically at all.
Mm-hmm. All right. Anyway, shall we? We got like 48 seconds of this left, and we got another trailer. So
yes, crawfish.
What if it's a trap? Global power is shifting. You're just a pawn.
You may be Captain America, but you're not Steve Rogers.
So no,
See,
Samuel. Hold on. The original actor in Incredible Hulk, who was playing Samuel Stearns, the leader before he became the leader. I heard his voice. So, okay, leader's in here. Giancarlo Esposito isn't playing the leader.
Okay, so now the obvious question is, when the fuck is he playing? But that's neither here nor there.
Looks like I'll be honest. It looks like a mercenary.
That is such a fucking waste. Oh my god, that is such a fucking waste. He's not even getting a name character. God damn it.
Well, no, I mean, Marvel has plenty of mercenary characters, so he could be playing a mercenary character. But yeah, I still agree. It's still a waste because that guy deserves to be like some grand character.
Yeah, he should get top billing. It's like I would even be okay if he played Doom, for God's sake, because again, he has the kind of voice of the person who is like, very self-satisfied with himself and is, the smartest person in the room. Again, look at the way he played Gus Green, look at the way he plays Stan Edgar, etc., and so on.
Well, that would be interesting because Giancarlo Esposito is like Hispanic, correct?
I don't know, honestly.
But I'm thinking Latveria, well, often is like takes a lot of inspiration in terms of its culture from like Germanic and stuff, because I believe it's mentioned that Doom is a gypsy or Roma. I'm
Yeah,
just gonna say
he's
gypsy because I technically he was born in Latveria, so that would make him Latverian. But
yeah. Granted, it would also be smart if they brought back Mads Mikkelsen and made him Doom because he could play Doom in his sleep. Um, but but if they gave it to someone like Giancarlo Esposito, I would not complain because Giancarlo Esposito has that kind of like intellectual, almost regal presence to him. Like honestly, if they ever do another adaptation of Dresden Files, even though it would be a race swap, and even though that's a bit shitty, I'd be okay if he played Marcone. Now,
okay,
Brainstormer, you don't know who Marcone is because you haven't read Dresden yet, but trust me, it would fit Giancarlo Esposito like a freaking glove.
okay. So first off, dude is 66. Doesn't look it.
No, I think what we have here is a good example of good black don't crack.
Um,
Yeah, I would have guessed he's maybe in his 40s if you put a gun to my head and asked.
I would have said middle ground, like early 50s.
Hmm.
Um, apparently he was born in Denmark.
Which actually would work for Doom.
Well, no, he was raised in America, but
Right, but I'm saying in terms of like because Latveria is very Eastern European, like it's pseudo Romania kind of. So somewhere like Denmark wouldn't be out of the question.
well, I was gonna bring up the fact that it would be interesting. Well, so I was wrong about him being Hispanic, though I do think he can speak. He does speak Spanish.
Mhm.
It would be interesting if Latveria took more inspiration from like Spain in terms of its culture, architecture, and design.
I'm not the biggest fan of that because
Racist.
they kind of did that with Atlantis vis-a-vis Talocan.
Well, that's that.
And
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about European colonial, like European Spain, not Azteca.
right, no, but what I mean is the recontextualizing of the fictional country thing.
That's okay. That's fair. That's fair.
I don't want them to do that with Latveria. I would
All right.
prefer if since, Cynthia Von Doom was a gypsy, if she seduced someone in her travels who just happened to be a different ethnicity, but Doom is still Latvian by birth
Right.
and country.
Anyway, shall we? Like, I'll
Yeah.
be fully honest. If we were to play with this thing of Sam going like Brave New World and all that, Serpent Society, come on. I know
Yeah.
they're not like super big, but given the MCU's track record of making minor obscure villains more like cooler and dangerous,
It makes more sense than all of a sudden jamming a Hulk based subplot into a off-brand Captain America movie, which by the way isn't helping selling Sam as Cap either. If right out of his gate he fights a character that even Steve would have no business fighting, then that's going to be a harder sell to see him as the next Cap.
all right.
Which by the way, something I was going to mention but I didn't yet. Why would you put this line in the movie, or if you put it in the movie, why would you put it in the trailer? You may be Captain America, but you're not Steve Rogers. That is saying the quiet part out loud, and it is drawing attention to a thing that a large part of your audience is already going to be kind of annoyed at. So why would you say the quiet part out loud and put it in the trailer? Question mark.
Okay.
It's honestly like rubbing it into your audience's faces, and that's never a good thing.
Okay. So, all right. To answer your question, Dragon Turtle, they are Captain America. It's a team of Captain America villains. They're all snake-themed supervillains. But yeah, they're not. Unfortunately, they're not like an Illuminati-ish shadow organization like Hydra or AIM.
That apparently was the idea in Captain America 3 until BVS came out and they decided we'll show them how it's done by doing Civil War instead.
Yeah, some business enterprise of criminals and mercenaries whose costume identities are based on snakes. I mean, the wiki. Yeah, superhuman mercenaries, basically. VVS.
Batman versus Superman.
I don't know what that means, Jack. Oh, it's VVS.
Yeah, I think he misheard me. When Batman versus Superman came out, and it bombed because it was bad. Kevin Feige decided, let's do our version of that using Civil War, and that's when they changed Captain America 3 from what it was originally going to be, which was Captain America Serpent Society, to Captain America Civil War.
So this is interesting. I'm looking at the official description of it, right? So the Serpent Society is a business enterprise of criminals and mercenaries whose costumed identities are based around snakes or on snakes. Okay. The society's brain. Okay, the society remains one of the best organized and most successful coalitions of criminals in operation today. So they're supposed to be like a pretty effective unit. Which, okay, MCU wise, if you MCUify it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, funny enough, there is an idea that could have worked for Falcon and the Winter Soldier if we wanted to connect this to that.
Mm-hmm. Have it be the Flag Smashers and actually frame them as villains this time?
No. If we wanted to do the Serpent Society as well. I'm just saying. So idea-wise, it would be maybe some members of the Flag Smashers that were hidden or something.
Yep.
Decided to become a mercenary unit in order to stay hidden or survive and get and have resources and stuff.
For Dragon Turtle's benefit, in case he's not familiar with what happened in Falcon and Winter Soldier, because I can't blame you if you couldn't be arsed to watch that shit, because it was shit. But one of the many mistakes that they made in the show Falcon and Winter Soldier, probably the worst mistake they made in Falcon and Winter Soldier, is they took a concept of a character called Flag Smasher, and they made him, instead of being a person, they made it into a group, and then they made them Antifa, and then they framed them as not really villains, just misguided. And they basically had the show end by Sam Wilson, who at this point is the new Captain America, quote unquote, telling a senator off because he wants to frame the Flag Smashers, who are basically Antifa, superpowered Antifa, like as in they are for, a world without borders, etc., and so on. But he walks up to a senator, now having become Captain America, and shames him for framing the supervillain Antifa characters, the Flag Smashers, as terrorists, and he says that they're just reacting to the way they've been treated, and that, quote, "You've got to do better, Senator." That is one of the many reasons why Falcon and the Winter Soldier was a piece of goddamn shit. They framed Antifa as the good guys and gave them superpowers. Basically.
Moving on.
Yeah. Crawfish.
All right. Giant Turtle, fair enough. That probably works. Not as well as my opinion, but Mercs work. Especially they are less smash and grab. Doesn't sound like a society thing. To be fair, they originally went by the Serpent Squad. They just, I think, rebranded into Serpent Society. I'm not entirely sure why.
Mm-hmm. But in any case, instead of getting the Serpent Society and this alleged Captain America 4 without Steve Rogers in it, therefore not a Captain America movie, we're getting Sam Wilson fighting a army of Hulks created by the leader that probably will involve She-Hulk from the show She-Hulk, as well as Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which was already bad in and of itself. So, oops. But, yeah, Crawfish.
Give me 1 second. Okay. Agreed, Giant Turtle. All right.
You're right. I'm not.
See, they want that to be a badass line of "I ain't your daddy's Captain America," basically. But all it really comes off as is, "Why am I in this movie?" Like, I know what they wanted it to sound like, but I also know that it didn't sound like that. So it came off as an honest, like, "Why am I in this movie?" And once again, this is why it's very important when you are courting controversy among your fan base that you not say be quiet and the thing you're supposed to keep quiet because it's controversial out loud and then put it in the trailer. Because you're doomed, basically.
All right. All right, we got like 8 seconds left, so.
Yeah, Crawfish.
Crawfish. Red Hulk.
Mm-hmm. Again, having the guy who is not Captain America go up against a group of Hulks, which is not something that Captain America probably would have done, probably tie in She-Hulk, which is a bad idea, and inevitably also tie in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which was a terrible show, and therefore also a bad idea, and say the quiet part out loud and enrage large parts of your fan base, and put it in the trailer. Apparently. I don't. It's wrong to say that I don't have high hopes, because I don't have any hopes at all. I was already kind of assuming they were going to cancel this movie, and now that I've learned they're not canceling this movie, I'm honestly just looking at it and I'm waiting for the inevitable car wreck to happen, because it's one of the situations of, I know this could not possibly go well, but I can't look away, if you like. So there. Fortunately, though, speaking of Marvel trailers, there was also a good Marvel trailer released this week, or at least a trailer that has me cautiously optimistic. Because we're finally getting the Agatha-based show that we were going to be getting under like 5 separate different titles for like years now. And given that after all was said and done, i.e. after having watched all of WandaVision, the best episode of that show focused explicitly on Agatha Harkness, and she ultimately was the only reason to watch that show because the showrunners, in their infinite stupidity, decided to turn everything else that was interesting about WandaVision into a dick joke. Literally, I am not even lying. They reduced every other question or bit of intrigue they could have had into a dick joke. And so as a result, Agatha was the only reason that after watching WandaVision, you would ever go back to rewatch WandaVision. And so I'm glad that Agatha is getting her own show, because she was the best part of WandaVision, i.e. the only good part in retrospect.
All right. Can you see it?
Yes.
All right. Okay, you're the wizard. Anything food related that can be comparable to magic?
Belladonna. It's a slightly poisonous herb that is often used to help people sleep, or was often used in the Middle Ages to help people sleep. So, belladonna, or hell, actually no, nightshade. Nightshade is cooler, therefore nightshade.
Okay.
So yeah, nightshade.
Another beautiful day.
Surprised to see you out here, Detective. Jane Doe. Found her down here by the water.
Cause?
Blunt force trauma.
Okay, for context of this part of the trailer, something you have to keep in mind. At the end of WandaVision, after defeating Agatha, a newly darkened Wanda decides to trap her in a spell which forces her to play the role that she chose in Wanda's sitcom, which is the nosy neighbor. I am assuming, based on having watched this trailer once already, that after Wanda quote unquote died, by which she might still be alive, but after she quote unquote died, she either chose to release Agatha from her spell, or it's being played as an actual death and the spell is slowly coming undone, so that she's not stuck in nosy neighbor mode anymore, but she is still stuck, quote unquote, playing the role she chose, because Wanda's spell is slowly coming undone, but it's not fully undone yet. Granted, if I were writing this, I would just play it that after you kill a practitioner, their spells their spells are undone. That's the usual way it's handled in movies and TV and shit. So I would have just done that. But that would have resulted in Agatha back to her senses, and then probably enslaving the people of Westview herself with her magic. But I assume that instead of the spell being broken exactly, it's coming undone. So Agatha still subconsciously is controlling the role she's playing, but she's still stuck playing TV logic rules, effectively. That is my summation of this part of the trailer, which is why she's in a detective drama all of a sudden. Because I assume she's subconsciously trying to figure out a way out of this, hence her in a detective role, because that is the role she is currently choosing, quote unquote. Anyway, Do you have anything to add, or shall we Nightshade?
I saw you, man.
Okay, Nightshade.
Nightshade.
What happened to you? I have a lead in the case, but I can't shake this feeling I'm seeing it wrong.
Is this really how you see yourself?
Rio, played by Audrey Plaza.
Okay, so according to the descriptions we have read on this show so far, Audrey Plaza is going to be playing another witch who finds her way to Westview and essentially taunts Agatha into waking up, but she doesn't wake up in a way that lets her use her powers, which personally I think is stupid, but I'm willing to play the ball where it lies at least a little bit, because some of this trailer is really interesting. So I'm willing to tolerate the stupid shit, so that hopefully the interesting shit will eventually be more important than the stupid shit. Anyway, Crawfish.
1 second. Okay.
Or Nightshade.
Nightshade.
Forgot we moved to different.
That witch is gone, leaving you trapped in her distorted spell. Claw your way out.
Okay, and again, I do not subscribe to the theory that Wanda is actually dead, because we saw her red energy poof her way out of the collapsing building that she was collapsing on herself. So I assume she's not dead. And I assume that if we see her anywhere, it probably will be in this show. That being said, I don't really have anything else to comment on at the moment. Nightshade.
Right.
Miss the glory days. She took every bit of out, but I can beat that witch again. Well, the gang's all here. Let's hit the road.
Okay, so small thing. We've seen what happens to people who get their powers drained in the MCU by magic. We've seen what happens when people like Wanda and Agatha siphon away people's magic, and they get corpseified. They wither away. The energy of their bodies gets sucked away from them. So I do not subscribe to the theory that Agatha's power is actually gone, because if her power were actually gone, she would be corpseified, and she's not corpseified. So my guess is there's something remaining of Wanda's spell that's holding her back, or for the purposes of this show, some personal slight of hers that's holding, her, as annoying as it sounds, her lack of belief in herself is holding her back. Or, as a third option, it could be because of the fact that a lot of this power actually came from the Darkhold, and the Darkhold is now burnt to a crisp in every universe, that she doesn't have access to the majority of her power, and maybe she's just been living off of the Darkhold energy so long that she's forgotten how to, do magic when she doesn't have a bunch of excess energy at her disposal. And she will hopefully relearn that. But long story short, this part of the trailer is her getting other witches together. How she does that without accessing power of her own, I don't know, but I assume that that part of the trailer came from the first episode, and that eventually she is going to get enough power to set up a beacon spell of some kind and find the other witches, or she's going to get out of Wanda's spell, leave Westview, and go hunting for other witches. Something along those lines. Anyway, Nightshade, unless you have anything.
Nope. All right, give me 1 second. Yep, Nightshade.
I'm gonna walk the witch's road. The road is a death wish. Join me.
Okay, I like that there's at least part of her cackling in this, because one of the mistakes that they make when they give villains spin-off shows is not letting them be villainous. So I'm hoping that at some point Agatha gets enough of her powers back to start doing her, old shtick again. But this may just be me coping for the sake of wanting to be cautiously optimistic about this show. With regards to the whole Witch's Road thing, that's a thing in Marvel. It's a dimension that witches have access to and is a source of a lot of their power and a lot of the energies they draw from. I still don't like that it's particularly included here, but unlike when we were just interpreting the plot synopses as read, they seem to be doing more interesting things with it, and it's going to involve her essentially, confronting her past, confronting her weaknesses, confronting the things she's done wrong, confronting probably her reliance on the Darkhold, etc., and so on. So it's going to do for Agatha what Agatha actually did for Wanda, and kind of do the Ghost of Christmas Past thing that Agatha did for Wanda in WandaVision, in the one and only good episode of that show. So that's at least an interesting idea, as is the idea of Agatha getting a bunch of witches together. I'm hoping she's going to try to siphon their energies from them and into her, because she's going to be trying to get the power that she lost when the Darkhold was destroyed, and Agatha or Wanda took a bunch from her back. So I'm hoping that's how this is going to end. Though they might make the mistake of trying to overly humanize Agatha and make her not as villainous after all. Then again, a large part of her villainous ways was due to the Darkhold's corruption. But then again, she had the Darkhold for centuries, so much like Doctor Strange still has lingering darkness in him, she should still have lingering darkness in her. So even in the Darkhold made her do it logic that I am willing to at least entertain, that the Darkhold made her do it energy should still be lingering in her regardless of whether it's destroyed or not, just like it did in Doctor Strange when he used it. So yeah. Nightshade.
Oh, 1 second. Okay.
What witch in her right mind would join Agatha Harkness's coven?
Not looking for right-minded witches, as it happens.
I'm getting sort of Hocus Pocus vibes.
which honestly is the right card to play here. And especially because in WandaVision, we did see her say that she, quote, spent her time taking power from the undeserving, i.e., siphoning power away from those that she felt didn't deserve it. So that might be a excuse for her to start doing that again with a new generation of witches, or it might be a beginning of her having some sort of redemption arc, or they could do some combination of both or neither. But either way, a lot of the witchy imagery and stuff makes me cautiously optimistic, because the writer for this is the one who wrote the Agatha-centric episode of WandaVision, which was the best episode. So, fingers crossed. Then again, I also heard they brought back Jack Schaefer to be the showrunner again, and she is not good. Hopefully she learned her lesson, though, and actually researched the material she's addressing.
Probably not.
And that's why, even though I'm cautiously optimistic about this, I'm also bracing myself for it to be bad. I really don't want it to be bad, because Agatha getting her own show was one of the things that I was actually looking forward to, because so far in the MCU, Agatha is the only magical practitioner that I feel like I could talk shop with. Even the Ancient One was, like, stupidly vague when she was describing how magic worked, whereas Agatha just straight gave a fairly straightforward set of lessons on it. So, like, Agatha is the best magical character in the MCU so far, and I don't want her to be shit. But unfortunately, as good as Catherine Hahn is as Agatha, it relies on the writers not being morons. So I maintain my cautious optimism until it is ruined. So, Nightshade.
Nightshade.
Sweetheart, you okay? Oh my God! Whoa, what's she doing? Where's she going?
Yeah, and assuming that it's going to do one episode a week, and it starts on, I believe it said September 13th there, that means the season finale will take place on or around Halloween, which is a good sign for witchy shenanigans to be the focus. Please, I don't ask for much. I just want this one tiny corner of the universe to work properly, because it's the part that I care about. Please, don't ruin the only thing except for Deadpool and Wolverine that I'm actually looking forward to. Please. If they're smart, they would tie in Werewolf by Night and Alpha Bloodstone and the Man-Thing from the Werewolf by Night show, and they would set up Blade, because they're still planning on making a Blade movie. So if they were smart, they would tie the supernatural elements of the MCU together, but one wonders how smart are they actually intent on being. But again,
Right.
I will hold out hope until it is ripped from my cold, unfeeling heart.
All right. So with that, okay. Well, actually, before we do, just want to make sure everyone is reminded of this. So from now on, Saturdays at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time will be the norm going forward of podcasts.
Yep.
Yep.
The show is now on Saturdays until further notice, because Brainstormer has a work schedule. And my schedule is open enough that I don't mind differing to his schedule.
So with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, avideze, sayonara, peace. cheers, and
Shalom and fuck off.